represent the state of the art. The finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck for collectors, unlike commercial strikes, which are struck for commerce. They're meant to be spent. So proof coins are struck in very much smaller numbers. And again, the Mint goes to a lot of work to make a proof coin. They take the dies, they polish them to a mirror-like finish. They give the coin blanks a polishing treatment as well, and then they slowly feed them into the die. They strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail. Most importantly, then they individually handle the coins so they don't abrade with other coins. Now, you'd think that would be state of the art. And nowadays, when you buy a proof set from the Mint, that would indeed be true. Here's a 1991 proof set. These coins are state of the art. They're gorgeous. You don't find these coins in your change, folks. The Mint went to a lot of work to creating a coin that looks like these proof coins, beautiful metals. But in this earlier era, the era that I really focus on, let's say the mid-1970s and earlier, but especially 1964 and earlier when they were still struck at the Philadelphia Mint. You bought your 1964 proof set, and it came in a simple little envelope. In fact, they were sent third-class mail, insured mail, in this kind of envelope. I've got one right here. Third-class insured mail. That's how it came. And you open it up, and voila. Each coin is supposed to be in its separate cellophane envelope, and look at this. They've all kind of come apart. One is rubbing against the other. The cellophane's pliable. The coin is always rubbing against the cellophane, which hairlines the coin. And then you have other issues. Here's one now that looks, at first glance, it looks really nice. They look like they're beautiful gems. But this cellophane, it's kind of a hazy, opaque cellophane. If you cut this quarter out, you'll see things on this coin out of the cellophane that's pretty hard to see in the cellophane. And this particular quarter, right in front of Franklin's forehead, has a couple prominent white spots, which we call milk spots. The quality control was not what it is today, folks, at the U.S. Mint. Back then, they would wash the coin blanks in a soap solution, but they didn't typically wash all that soap solution, and there's another spot in the back of it, on the top of his head there, you can see that. They typically did not wash all that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. So any soap residue left on the coin blank, when that die came down with about 100 tons of pressure, that residue would be struck into the blank, and you'd have these milk spots. So most proof coins from this era grade very, very low. So when you find high-grade proof coins, they go for good premiums. Now, the Washington quarters from this era are especially noteworthy because 1964 was the last year Washington quarters were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on 90% silver planchets. In 1965 and later, the Mint took all the silver out of the quarter planchets, and they're just clad metal. No silver content whatsoever. You get these earlier coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint with these kinds of production issues. Here's a 1964 in proof 67, folks. That's what I have for you today. I've got some amazing proof 67 Washington quarters. And, a 67 is going to be flawless to the naked eye. No hairlines that you can see, no milk spots. Here's a 63 in proof 67, $80. Those are good ballpark numbers, $50, $70, $80. Sometimes you get one on the high end of the price range. Here's a 62 for $175. What I have today is a collector's special. I'm going to move fast on this. You get your pick of any of the 4 dates you see at the top there, the 1961, the 62, the 1963, or the 64. Take your pick of dates, folks. Take your pick of dates. The 64, again, being the last year they were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. Take your pick. They're not $175 or $99 or $79 or even $59. $39 would be a very, very good price. It would be a price that would get you started on a beautiful collection of Washington quarters at a great level. That gives you tremendous upside, future potential. But if I can do better, in this case where I bought this collection, and there were some amazing coins in that collection where I got a lot of great grades like this. By a lot, I mean I've got maybe 150 of these sets. That's it. I can offer these coins while I have them, folks, for $29 a coin. Take your pick. Any of the 4 dates you see, $29 a coin. And if you want a second date, you can pick a second different date. We guarantee a different date. Or you can take your pick of whatever date you want. Also, $29 a coin. If you want a third date, let's say you get a 61 and you want to get a 62 and you want also a 63, $29 a coin. The fourth date, $29 a coin. So you could get that entire 4-coin set for only $116. Look at these coins. We're going to get a hand shot of one of these coins. They're absolute jewels. $116 for the 4-coin set. All 4 coins, folks. But it gets even better. It gets even better. But I'm starting it out where you can buy only 1 coin for $29 if you want, because I want everybody to get involved with this series if they can, because there is so much for a collector to enjoy, to appreciate. There's so much collector value in these coins. So if you just want to get one, I'm offering just one for only $29, but the 4-coin set for $116. But it gets even better, because then we get, if you want to add the 1960. The 1960 has a lower mintage. As you go into these earlier years, the mintages drop, as there weren't as many people who could afford to collect as you get back into the 1950s. So the mintage in 1960 was about half what it was in 1962. But if you want to add the 1960, folks, it's also just going to be an additional $29. This rare date. So all 5 coins can be yours for only $145. $145, but don't order just yet. Because take a look at this next row you see at the bottom. The 56, the 57, the 58, and the 59. The 56, I have these 4 dates as well. The 50, now these are rare still. The mintage of the 1958 was only 187,000 coins. And most 58s are spotted or hairlined. It's the toughest date in this set, the 1958, and the 56, where the mintage was only 670,000. Also a very, very tough date. So these coins are normally sell for considerably more money. Now Sasha's got a little chart showing all the eBay prices I've found on these quarters in Proof 67. Most of them from top-rated sellers on eBay. And if you add all those up, that set comes to $663. Sasha, if we can just give him a hand shot of that earliest date, the 1956. Here's what I can do. Here you get this set in Proof 67, and there you see the earliest date in the series with the lowest mintage. Proof 67 condition. Every coin as flawless as if it were struck just perfectly on a planchet that wasn't spotted, no visible hairlines, as if it was struck yesterday, folks. And yet this coin is like 60 years old, or older than that. A Proof 67, the entire set, folks, all 9, call in now. All 9 with these rare, more valuable dates. Let me put it this way. It comes out to $27.66 a coin. $249 for the entire 9-coin set. $249 for the last 9 Washington quarters struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver proof planchet. They can be yours now if you call in now, and here's my one stipulation. I can't have anybody calling in and buying, for example, 50 1961 quarters, because that would really deplete me, and then I wouldn't have sets for everybody who wants a set. So if you want just an individual date, you can get one of each of those first 4 dates that you see at the top. However, If you want more than one set, you can buy more than one set. You can buy 10 sets if you want. If you just tuned in, there's the opportunity here to get this entire 9-coin set for only $249, $27.66 a coin, folks. This is an opportunity you will not find anywhere else. And this is what, I love to offer coins to viewers that really, if you've never collected a United States coin before, this is the way to get you started off on the right foot. If you want to buy one of these last 4 dates in the set, you can get any one of those 4 dates for only $29. So, I offer a package where for one who is just starting out and doesn't want to commit a lot of their funds, just wants to be very cautious, you can get one of these great coins at this great price, only $29 a coin for any one of those last 4 issues. But then if you do get the entire set, you get these earlier dates, which are even rarer. And the price for the entire 9-coin set is an even more amazing $27.66 a coin. The entire set, $249. You can get more than one set if you want. We've got some people, I've got an indication that we've got an individual who just bought 3 sets for $249 a set. This is the kind of deal, folks, where we get a lot of dealers who call in and buy these as well, because these coins can be easily resold, as you can see on these eBay prices, for considerably more for what I have them at. But again, this is, I've never offered coins based on what I could get for them. It's always based on trying to get them at the best possible, lowest possible price, so I could offer them at the lowest possible price to our viewers. And that's what I've done with this collection, which will just gets you a ground floor opportunity in this fabulous series, the Washington Quarter Series, the end of an era, the last proof coin struck on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint. The entire set, $249. I've got to end it right here. We've got a lot of folks calling in on this. These are coins that they may not last too long, because especially getting some of those tougher dates like the 58, like the 59, like the 56, like the 60 and 61. Those are tougher dates to get in proof 67. So there is a limit on the number of sets I have. But please stay tuned, because if you like this presentation, I've got a great presentation coming right up. Thank you for watching. Hello, fellow collectors. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick and Kimberly Tomaska here. If you've just tuned in, we just had a presentation on the 1955 to 1964 Washington quarters, where we offered individual coins and the entire set, 10-coin set in proof 68 condition, for $329. Now, in that presentation, I explained what Washington quarter or what proof coins are. And this series is such an important series. It's going to be one of the central series to the next proof book I'm working on. This next proof book is going to pick up where my first proof book left off. It's going to cover not just the 1950 to 1970 coinage, but it's going to go all the way through the Eisenhower dollars. It's going to go back into the Walking Liberty half series, the Morgan dollar series in proof. It's going to include, we're going to go back to the Civil War era when we're talking about proof coins, particularly we're going to focus on the silver proof coins from the U.S. Mint. And this exciting, to be able to offer this kind of Washington quarter set for that kind of price, folks. Again, I had to emphasize the only way we're able to do this is through our hard work. Kimberly, Caitlin, and I, when we occasionally are offered some nice collections of original proof sets, we have to go through thousands and thousands to find, you know, a single coin that might grade proof 68 to complete these sets. And there are so many sets that have already been picked through. Now, we go through thousands and thousands of sets. We don't buy the sets already graded from some dealer who had them graded, and which we're essentially paying services, his services, when we buy them, and then have to tack that on to the price we offer to you. It's our work. And so we cut out all the middlemen, and that's where we're able to offer that great price. Now, out of all those sets we go through, occasionally we get really fortunate. Occasionally. And it's like one of those aha moments, I've struck gold, like eureka. Wow, look at this one. Look at this one. This might even be a proof 69. And you look at it and we study it under a halogen light, under a magnification. We can't find a flaw on it. And you get enough of those coins where we submit them to NGC, and, well, a lot of times they don't grade proof 69, they'll grade proof 68. Because maybe, you know, they'll see a little tiny flaw under magnification that, you know, we missed. And it could be the tiniest little imperfection that you can't even see with the naked eye. But we do get enough of them where eventually we're able to offer a complete set of these in proof 69. And I have a handful out of all of those 1955 to 64 coins that we look through. We have a handful of sets that we can offer that we have in proof 69, which is the highest matching grade you can complete this set in. You cannot complete this set in proof 70. They do not exist. These are the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on silver planchets using that old technology, that old style packaging. And this is the ultimate in terms of the technical proof grade. I only have a very few of these sets. Take a look at this set that we have on display for you folks. The entire 10-coin set. Now, if you called in earlier and bought a proof 68 set and would like to upgrade it to a proof 69, just call right in. No problem. We will upgrade you. You know, it doesn't cost you anything. No problem at all. I do not have that many. And when you see the populations of these coins, you will understand why I don't have that many. Every coin, proof 69 from 1955 to the last year of the Washington Quarter Series, struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet, the 1964. In 1965, the Mint switched to a clad planchet with no silver content whatsoever. And in fact, I have a 1965 quarter. It happens to be a special mint set quarter, but Kim is going to put it in front of the camera for you to see the difference between that coin. It has a slightly different, it's got a kind of a grayish cast to it. And that's what your clad, non-silver Washington quarter that we're so familiar with today, because from 65 on, all the quarters struck for commercial use have 0 silver content. Now compare that. Kim is going to show you the 64 and proof 69. Absolutely flawless. Absolutely flawless. Beautiful coin. The last, that 1964, the last quarter, struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet, extraordinary condition, and all 10 coins, folks, just like this. These are miracle coins. These are miracle coins from all the thousands and thousands and thousands of sets we looked at. We made a fair number of proof 68 sets, but only a handful of these sets in proof 69. And Kim's got a pop chart showing you how rare these coins are. You could see in proof 69, the first year of issue, the 19, well, let's start with that at the bottom, Hector. The 64, they had the best quality at the Philadelphia Mint. A big improvement in quality in that last year that they made proof coins at the Philadelphia Mint. They struck about 4 million proof coins, but only 2,200 graded in proof 69. And that's a low number, 2,200 coins. But as soon as you go back 1 year, look at how the number drops. 1963, 741. 62, 363. 61, 315. 1960, 244. 373 for 1959, and then again, the 58, 244. And I showed you, if you missed that, our earlier presentation, the big problem in proof production from 1958 to 64 were milk spots. And I showed you a 1960, Kimberly showed you a typical 1958 Washington quarter from this era. And here's one of them. I don't know if this was the exact coin, but one of the reasons you had a couple problems in the way proof coins were made, where one was hairlines and the other was milk spots. And the milk spots were due to incomplete cleaning of the coin blank, incomplete washing of the coin blank, and there would be soap residue left on the blank. And you could see on that 58 quarter, soap residue left on the blank as it went into the die. And when that die came down with 100 tons of pressure or more, that residue was struck into the coin. And there you see a white spot right in the middle of the eagle's breast there. That is, we call it a milk spot, but that is soap residue. And on the obverse, you see several small spots. And this is the big problem with all of these coins. And a lot of times right in the middle of Washington's cheek. You may not notice it unless it's tilted at a certain angle, right in the middle of his cheek. And folks, those are part of the coin. When that die comes down with all that pressure, that residue is struck into the coin. We actually had a chemical analysis done of one of these coins with these spots, and it is kind of from a soap-type residue that these spots come from. So while the original coin is supposed to be 90% silver, these coins actually with this residue technically would be like 89.98% silver, because you have 0.02% that's this other foreign substance. These are proof 69s. You saw the population numbers. Kim's got a few comparables. Here you got the most common date, the 1964. You got a top-rated seller, but it's a proof 69. A proof 69, top-rated seller, over 53,000 happy customers. A top-rated seller on eBay, $200, a very fair price. Rare 1962, 350. So those two coins right there, those two dates, $550. We take the first date of the series, the 55. $450. You're at $1,000 for just those three coins. And we're not even talking about the three toughest coins, because again, take one last look at the chart, folks. One last look at the population chart. One last look, and you'll see the 58's about 10 times rarer than the 64 and 69, as is the 1960. And the 59 and 61 are right behind. Those are your key dates. The 58 through the 1961 and include the 1962. Those are your toughest dates in proof 69 because of the hairline problems and those milk spot problems. And here you're getting the key dates. When you've got other dealers just asking $400, $450 for dates that are tough dates, but not the rarest dates. The 55 is a tough date. 400 coins, that's a tough date. Folks, take a look at this set. Again, we've cut out all the middlemen. This has got to be a short presentation because we do not have very many of these sets. Kim, if you could just give them a couple of hand shots of these, starting with the first date, the 1955, the very first year of the series. Here you have a 1955 that's rare in any condition. They only struck 378,000 coins, only 400 graded in proof 69. Folks, you know, if I were asking $300 a coin, that would be $3,000 for the set. And that would be a very, very reasonable price. You get to under $200 a coin, say $19.95, you're under $200 a coin for $19.95. How would you like the entire set? Again, call in now. I have a limited number of these sets. Call in now, because when you hear the price, once these are gone, I don't know if I can replace these. We were very fortunate to get this small group together. It's not often when we get the opportunity to go through thousands and thousands of fresh, unsearched proof sets. And even though they're unsearched, most of the coins, as I briefly demonstrated, are flawed. They're either hairlined or spotted. Only a handful of these sets survived in this condition. And I'm offering them today while we have them for only $94.90 a coin. In other words, $949 for the entire set. You heard me correctly. $949. And the 1958 alone should be a $500–600 coin. That's one of the key dates, the 1958. And then 1960, really, really difficult, only 244 graded in proof 69. And you're getting the entire set while we have them for only $949. Ultimate highest grade proof coins for less than $100 a coin. Extremely rare, beautiful, extremely rare, extraordinary condition rarity, highest quality. The three legs of the stool, folks, in spades. I always talk about the three legs of the stool to get coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, and the most rarity possible for the best possible price. And here you've got that in spades. You've got this 10-coin set, the highest matching grade possible of some beautiful, extremely rare coins for under $100 a coin. We've got a bunch of people calling in right now. I'm going to cut this presentation right here, because if I carry this presentation on for 5 minutes longer, we would have people calling in. It looks like we may even have a queue. We will have people calling in, and we won't have any sets left. And again, I have a limited number of these sets, so I got to cut it right here. I want to be able to offer everyone a set who calls in now to take advantage of this opportunity. And again, if I carry it out, if I do this for 5 minutes longer, we'll be beyond sold out, and I can't get any more sets at this time. So this is your chance. Please take advantage of this if you want to own something really, really special. You'll only find this kind of set here in this kind of quality at this price here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. From Kim and I, thank you for watching.
I'm going to share with you a coin that is arguably the most important American silver eagle ever struck by the U.S. Mint. Now, do I say this because it's the final year to feature artist John Mercanti's exquisite heraldic eagle, which has graced the reverse of this coin since the beginning of the series in 1986? Well, that is pretty meaningful, but I'm not sure that would make it the most important. Is it because it has a minuscule mintage of just 240,000 coins, making it the second lowest mintage of the entire bullion series? That's only part of the story. The reason that this is possibly the most significant Silver Eagle in the entire series is because of the historical circumstances that caused this coin to even exist. Much like the 1943 steel Lincoln cent struck during World War II, the 2020 Philadelphia issue Silver Eagle was struck because of a critical national emergency. You see, under normal circumstances, the mint state bullion issue American Silver Eagle is struck at the West Point Mint. But due to health and safety issues surrounding the worldwide coronavirus pandemic, a small quantity of Silver Eagles were struck at the Philadelphia Mint in an effort to meet the demand for these immensely popular coins. Let me read to you the official release from the U.S. Mint explaining the reason these coins were struck and how we were able to determine their ever-important pedigree as part of this emergency production. In light of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the United States Mint has temporarily reduced production in its facilities in order to reduce the risk of employee exposure to COVID-19. The health and safety of the Mint workforce remains our highest priority. Typically, American Eagle silver bullion coins are minted at the Mint's West Point facility. However, due to the reduced production at the West Point facility amid the coronavirus pandemic, from April 8th until April 20th, 2020, the United States Mint at Philadelphia produced 240,000 American Eagle silver bullion coins. These 2020 American Eagle silver bullion coins minted in Philadelphia were all packaged manually. The coins were shipped in so-called monster boxes, each of which contains 25 tubes of 20 coins for a total of 500 coins in each box. Monster boxes of 2020 American Eagle silver bullion coins minted in Philadelphia were affixed with a typed label containing the box tracking number. Additionally, box tracking numbers were handwritten directly on the boxes. Box tracking numbers 400,000 through and including 400,479 were used on boxes of coins minted in Philadelphia. The United States Mint does not sell its bullion coins directly to the public. Instead, we distribute our coins through a network of official distributors called authorized purchasers to provide investors the opportunity to acquire precious metal coins at a slight premium to spot market prices. As such, all American Eagle silver bullion coins are, by their very nature, homogeneous. None of these coins bears a mint mark designating the facility where it was produced. The Mint's goal is to ensure that the American Eagle silver bullion coins struck at any of its facilities are identical and indistinguishable from one another. This is huge. This is very interesting. And these coins have become incredibly popular. Now, at West Point, they have actually robotic machinery that puts these coins into the tubes. These tubes that go into the monster box, they have 20 coins. These coins in Philadelphia are manually tubed. Now, what that means is when they strike Silver Eagles in Philadelphia, someone manually has to pick up those coins and stack them and put them into these tubes. Now, what's that mean for the grade of these coins? It means it is much less likely to get a high-grade coin. Humans have to touch these coins. They get fingerprints, they bang together, they rattle around more. So the odds of getting a high-grade coin from this Philadelphia hoard is actually harder to get than the normal coins struck at West Point. That's important too, because as we talk about the grade of these coins, to get a Mint State 69 from this Philadelphia hoard is going to be even harder to achieve than a coin struck in the normal way and packaged in the normal automated way at the West Point Mint. This is a very, very exciting coin. Obviously, the historical impact of the coronavirus affecting this coin in a big way is going to make this a coin that forever is going to be remembered for these historical and trying times that we're going through. And, you know, a lot of coin collecting is just that link to history. You know, we love coins that relate to, you know, certain people or certain times, certain events. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, that 1943 steel Lincoln cent, you know, because of that history there, the importance of it. Or whether it's those coins from the early 20th century because Roosevelt wanted new coin designs and the artists like St. Gaudens that he worked with to do it. Or coins from colonial times that were struck to, you know, start our fledgling economy on its way. You know, the history of the coins is such an integral part. And for a coin like this, where it is directly affected by current events, I mean, that's a big deal. Now, let me show you a couple of things that I talked about here. First off, let's talk about this mintage. Here's a chart of all the Mint State Silver Eagles from 1986, which is the first year of the Silver Eagle series. And you look at these mintages, and you see at the peak years, you've got 47 million, 44 million, you know, above 40 million. And then you'll see, you know, lots of these in the 20, 30 million range. You get down to the bottom of the list, even the low mintages are around 5 million. We get down here, you see a few that are under 5 million, not many. These are the tough years. 96 is a notoriously rare coin, very hard coin to get. Mint State 69 though, very tough coin. It's a coin that is notorious for spots and things that prevent it from being found in high grade. Then we have our coin here, the 2020 P. And you see that P in parentheses, and that's because as the Mint stated in their official press release, that letter I read, the bullion issue coin is produced without a mint mark. They want these coins to all be interchangeable. So that P is in parentheses, or it's what would you call like an implied mint mark, implied Philadelphia mint mark, meaning the coins don't have a mint mark on it, but we know they were struck in Philadelphia because of the pedigree. And we're able to know that only because, as the Mint mentioned in its letter, there was a small amount of boxes of coins with serial numbers that can be attributed back to Philadelphia. So when the Mint releases these coins, they release them, as they said, in a green monster box, which looks like this. This one isn't from this year, so the serial number does not match what I talked about, but this is what they are. 500 coins in a box. They're all in tubes like this. Here's a partial tube. Again, these aren't from this year. I'm just wanting to show you what it looks like. 20 coins per tube. And then these tubes are in this box, 25 tubes per box. And this is how the Mint distributes the regular issue Silver Eagle, which the Mint calls the bullion issue. I'd call it either the, you know, the Mint State or just the kind of regular issue Silver Eagle. You can see here a handwritten serial number. This is, again, from a different year. This is a West Point box. This is not a Philadelphia box. And then stickers here also with serial numbers. So when these boxes are released from the Mint this year, if you get a box with a serial number in that range that the Mint mentions in the letter, you know that it comes from Philadelphia. But once you open the box, if the coins don't have, you know, a mint mark, how do you know they're pedigreed to that? Well, we are working with NGC, who does a great job, obviously, at grading and authenticating coins and collectibles. What happens is when a dealer gets a box that has the proper serial numbers, you know, between that 400,000 and 400,479, you can send it to NGC and they will authenticate it. They will make sure the box has not been tampered with, the box has not been opened, the serial numbers are legitimate, nothing's been changed or, you know, or altered. Once they confirm the box is truly a box from the Philadelphia Mint, only then, under their, you know, extremely tight security, will they open the box and then grade the coins, and then on the holder they put that implied P mint mark. And in this case, they also mention that is from the emergency production. So we're able to pedigree these coins, and this is much like, you know, the GSA hoard of Morgan dollars that we all, you know, treasure. It's a special pedigree from the Mint And it's really important as collectors. And like I said, the pedigree is so important on this because of its historical place in history here, the historical impact that led to these coins being produced under these emergency conditions. So we have these coins here today. Like I said, mintage, one of the lowest there is. I want to show you in comparison to just the other coins for this year, how tiny, tiny, tiny of a percentage of the coins came from Philadelphia. Here's our 2020 regular issue, bullion issue, American Silver Eagles. Total mintage so far, this is just through June, the first half of the year. I'm using the data that I can get available today. First half of the year, first 6 months, 12,596,500 coins released by the U.S. Mint. The total amount of that 12.5 million coins struck at Philadelphia, only 240,000. That's less than 2% of the coins came from Philadelphia. And I'm sure not even all of them will be able to get this pedigree. I'm sure there's people who bought boxes of these coins, opened them up, didn't realize that it was something special, and that pedigree is gone forever. So the amount of coins that could even be attributed and designated with that pedigree is going to be even smaller than 2%. Now keep in mind, that's 2% so far for the year. There's no plans of making any more at Philadelphia. So as the mintage for the year increases, that percentage just becomes more important, more tiny, tiny of a slice of the total production of Silver Eagles for 2020. If you look at my projection, I'm saying based on the first 6 months of the year, probably about 25 million coins struck. That means less than 1% of the coins struck for this year come from this Philadelphia emergency production. It's a tiny, tiny amount. This is the hottest coin. They're so hard to get a hold of. They're so hard to keep in stock. The prices have been rising dramatically. Here's a couple of examples in Mint State 70. $745 for this one. Again, $750. These coins are just so hard to get. But the coins I have here right now, and I think this is the play right now, is the Mint State 69. And I'll tell you why I love the Mint State 69 for this particular coin. I think it's a great opportunity to take advantage of the price before, while these are still available. You're going to be amazed at what I can offer these to you with the kind of demand for these coins. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep these coins in stock, and I don't know if I'll be able to go out and find them again and replace them and be able to sell them like this again. But these coins are just in such high demand. And like I said, the MS69 price, there's such a spread between the 70 and the 69. And for you, those of you who are maybe new to collecting, when we grade coins, we use a 70-point scale. 70 is absolutely flawless, even under magnification. You look under 5 times, 10 times power magnification, flawless coins. 69 grade is so close to that with the naked eye, this is a coin that appears flawless. Only under high magnification are you going to find any imperfections in this coin. So this is a beautiful, beautiful, virtually perfect coin. And you can get this for a fraction of the price of a Mint State 70 coin right now. I have some comps here in 69 grade. Here's one, $192.50. Here's another one, $199. $196. Again, people selling these coins, of course. Here's one for $335. And you can see, these are coins that are selling. 4 sold, you see here. They have a couple left in stock, but people are this is not just somebody putting up some moon price and hoping somebody will pay it. There are coins actually selling for these prices, $335. Somebody with a ton of positive feedback, 99.5% positive feedback. It's the same coin we have, emergency production, 2020 with that implied P, that pedigree to the Philadelphia Mint. This is just a plain brown label. We have coins here in our exclusive Ronald Reagan label. It has that artwork designed by John Mercanti, who's the gentleman who designed the reverse of this coin. It's the last year this coin is going to have that Mercanti reverse, so this is an important coin even before we had the pedigree on it, this is a great coin. But now that we have this added historical issue coin, ours have the special exclusive label you can't get anywhere else. On top of it, ours are certified from the first day of issue. These are coins that NGC has guaranteed were released by the mint on the very first day that the mint released this coin. They're in mint state 69, like I said, virtually flawless, flawless to the naked eye, mint state 69, beautiful coins, coins you see selling $200, $335. Right now, I have these coins for less than $100, $99.95. You're getting a coin that I would argue is the most important historical coin in the entire American Silver Eagle series, the most popular series in coin collecting. This is a coin that has so much demand that collectors are lining up for. Around the country, there are so many collectors of this series of coins. This is our generation's Morgan dollar. This is a coin that will, live on forever in the hearts and minds of collectors. It's such a beautiful coin. You have that, first of, it's 1 ounce of silver. It's a huge coin. You have that Walking Liberty design, originally designed by Adolph Wyman. First used on a coin 1916 on the Walking Liberty half dollar. But now when you move that from a half dollar coin that's about 1/3 of an ounce of silver, up into a 1 ounce silver eagle, there's just so much more room for that. It's just such a bigger canvas to really, really, just demonstrate that artwork as Wyman intended. Then you have that reverse with that heraldic eagle, much like the presidential seal. That eagle design with those outstretched wings and the shield and the banner, E Pluribus Unum, that design by John Mercanti, such a classic design. This is the final year to feature this design. It is just a beautiful, stunning coin. These are just exquisite coins. A coin that happens to be graded in a mint state 69, a virtually flawless, a coin that is flawless to the naked eye. But from this particular issue, the final year with that reverse, the coin that was struck in a different mint in Philadelphia, the original mint, where they first struck coins in 1793. They struck silver eagles, only 240,000 of them in 2020 because of an emergency worldwide pandemic that is just turning our world upside down. And this coin is just such an important historical coin. From the first day of issue, for less than $100 is just an opportunity that is here today, but I don't know how long this opportunity will be here. It's so hard just to get these boxes pedigreed, especially, the first day of issue has come and gone. So once we go through the allotment that we've received, I can't get first day of issue anymore. It is just a coin that just has all of those things we look for as collectors. Obviously a beautiful coin, obviously a high grade coin, obviously a great value, less than $100, and from the most popular series in all coin collecting. And this is just, one of those moments in time where we have a coin that is kind of the perfect storm of all those attributes, a coin that is such a piece of our history here. I'm just kind of overwhelmed by this coin. There's just so much going on here. I think I remembered everything because it's kind of mind-boggling the importance of this coin and how many different features there are. But most importantly here, I think, is just the history of this coin. The moment in time that these coins were struck, why they were struck, just makes it so important. And like I said, I think this is the most important coin in the Silver Eagle series. If you're a Silver Eagle collector, or if you collect any coins, or if you collect anything, or you know what, even if you don't collect coins, if you're an American and you're living today and you're a student of history, this coin is just so important. I hope you're able to add one to your collection. And thank you so much for joining me here. I'm Jack McNamara, and you're watching Rare Collectibles TV. is the most monumental period in U.S. numismatic history. When we talk about the American coin renaissance, we're talking about a movement that redesigned all circulating coinage in about a decade. And because of this movement, our country received new coinage that truly represented our American values. But these weren't just coin designs. These were pieces of fine art created by the premier American sculptors of the time. During the American coin renaissance, there were only a handful of gold coin designs made. One of these was the Indian head, designed by Bella Lyon Pratt and used on the quarter eagle and the half eagle. The second and third design, of course, were the iconic St. Gaudens double eagle and his Indian head gold eagle. The remaining coins of the time were struck from silver, copper, and nickel. In my opinion, the best way to represent the classical beauty of American coinage is to depict it in gold. And in 2016, the United States Mint did just that. In order to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of the most stunning American coins ever created, the U.S. Mint struck a limited amount of examples in .999 pure gold. These pure gold coin issues included the Mercury dime, the Standing Liberty quarter, and the coin that we have here today, the Walking Liberty half dollar. For me, just hearing that I have the opportunity to own a Walking Liberty design struck from gold is enough to get my attention. But I know some of you guys don't just want a beautiful coin. You also want a rare coin. Well, let me tell you, this coin has both. These half-ounce pure gold 2016 West Point Walking Liberty half dollars have a tiny mintage of just 65,512 coins. Now that rivals some of the rarest coins that I can think of. If you're new to Rare Collectibles TV, one of our biggest priorities is to make sure our viewers are informed. From a coin's rarity to its history, we believe that the most valuable asset we can offer to you as numismatists is information. Let me give you a little bit more background on the American coin renaissance. This movement was really inspired and championed by 26th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt believed that the United States of America was the greatest country in the world, and that our coinage needed to represent that fact. He also believed that truly beautiful art should be accessible by every single American. So what he did was reach out to U.S. Secretary of Treasury Leslie Shaw with this famous letter. My dear Secretary Shaw, I think our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. Would it be possible, without asking the permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage that would have some beauty? Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. Now, if you couldn't tell from that letter, President Roosevelt was not particularly impressed with our nation's coinage. He knew America was stepping into its role as a global superpower, and he wanted every aspect of American life to showcase that excellence. Roosevelt attempted to enlist the renowned artist Augustus St. Gaudens. But St. Gaudens was very hesitant to work with the U.S. Mint after a horrible experience back in 1892. Essentially, without his permission, the Mint redesigned the reverse of a medal that St. Gaudens had designed. Now just think about that. As an artist, you put your blood, sweat, and tears into a piece of work, and without notice, you see that it's been completely changed. That is not something you do to a commissioned artist, let alone Augustus St. Gaudens, who is known as one of the American greats. So it's not surprising that after that experience, he swore that he would never have anything to do with the U.S. Mint again. Well, Eventually, Roosevelt was able to convince St. Gaudens to redesign a large chunk of our circulating coinage. The result of this collaboration created what is known as the most beautiful coin ever to be struck in U.S. history. Unfortunately, St. Gaudens passed away before being able to redesign the remaining coins. As you can imagine, this put Roosevelt and the Mint in a difficult situation. They had no idea who would design the remaining coins, but the ball was already rolling, and the new age of American coins finally had momentum. The Mint started reaching out to other famed artists of the time. Artists like Herman McNeil, who ended up designing the Standing Liberty Quarter, Anthony DeFranchisi, who designed the Peace Dollar, and of course Victor David Brenner, who many of you know designed the Lincoln Cent. These artists stepped up to the plate and they delivered some classic beauty to the American people. The most notable designer of all, aside from Augustus St. Gaudens, was Adolph A. Weinman. Weinman was a widely respected artist who studied under St. Gaudens, the man who inspired the coin renaissance, and under other sculptors like Daniel Chester French, who designed the statue at the Lincoln Memorial. Weinman's sculptures were even used in the Panama Pacific exhibition of 1915, and he even helped to design the famous Penn Station in New York, which I used to travel to every day on my way to and from work. Now, with a resume like that, it's no surprise that the two coins he designed have gone down in history as two of the finest American coins to ever be struck. These two coins are known as the Mercury Dime and, of course, the Walking Liberty Half Dollar. Let's get into the history behind the Walking Liberty design, which in my opinion is the perfect example of American excellence and classic beauty. But this design is so much more than just beauty. It's become a symbol of American perseverance, our tenacity, our ability to succeed even in the most difficult times. The mintage of this iconic coin began in 1916 and lasted for 31 years until 1947. If you look at this 31-year span that the Walking Liberty Half Dollar was minted during, you'll see this was a very trying time in U.S. history, and even in the world. 1916, the first year that this coin was struck, was exactly halfway through World War I, known as the War to End All Wars. Then we had a short period of the Roaring '20s where everyone was getting used to this new world peace, and suddenly we get the stock market crash of 1929, followed by the Great Depression. And then by the 40s, World War II was already raging. This was an immense time of despair in American history. During this time, the American people had the Walking Liberty Half Dollar, one of the most hopeful designs to ever be struck. The obverse showcases a glorious, full-body rendition of Lady Liberty, wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag. She strides forwards towards the rising sun of a new day with an outstretched arm that beckons in hope and freedom. It's just truly a stunning coin design, an inspiration, a guiding light. It's almost as if this design was struck specifically to help the nation through those horrible times. Now in the reverse, we see a valiant eagle perched atop a hill. The details, the spread wings, and that glare of determination are absolutely beautiful. Again, another design telling us that whatever comes our way, meet it head on with bravery and resolve. This coin design has become such an important aspect of American history that it was even brought back as the obverse of the American Silver Eagle, which started in 1986. Then, 30 years later, the Mint did something unheard of. They struck this remarkable design in pure gold for the coin's 100-year anniversary in 2016. Truly, any example of the Walking Liberty design is worth having in your collection, but this example, struck from a half an ounce of pure .999 fine gold, is like nothing I've ever seen. It is just an absolutely unbelievable beauty that everyone should own. Now, let's talk about grade. For those of you who don't know, coins are graded on the Sheldon scale. The lowest grade a coin can receive is a 1, while the highest grade that a coin can receive is a 70. A coin is only considered to be in mint state if it has a minimum grade of 60. The 2016 half-ounce gold Walking Liberty half dollars we have today are graded a flawless SP 70. An SP, or specimen coin, doesn't fall into either mint state or proof categories. Instead, it's kind of like a mix between the two methods of manufacture. These coins are struck specifically for collectors and not meant to be circulated. But like proof coins, they're struck multiple times to ensure a fully detailed coin. But they don't have those frosted devices and mirrored fields like we're accustomed to seeing on proof coins. What you see on a specimen coin oftentimes is a more matte or burnished finish like we have here. A coin can only receive a perfect score of 70 if it's inspected under 5 times magnification without displaying any blemishes. That means that these coins are flawless and free of any imperfections. These are just the epitome of quality. And as the only gold Walking Liberty coins in existence, they are truly stunning pieces to add to a collection in this perfect grade. Now, you're probably thinking that between this coin's low mintage of just 65,512 coins and it being struck from a half ounce of pure gold, that it's going to break the bank. But look, our philosophy here at Rare Collectibles TV is to find as many coins as we can and get them for the best deal possible. And that way, we can pass the savings on to you at a collector-friendly price. And I'm excited to tell you that we were able to get a great price on these 100th anniversary 2016 W Walking Liberty half-ounce gold coins. Today, we have these stunning gold Walking Liberties in perfect SP 70 condition for the low, low price of just $1,995. And we even have a convenient 2-payment option. Just put half down of $997.50 and we'll hold one of these numismatic treasures for you in our vault until you pay the balance in 30 days. With gold approaching $2,000 an ounce nowadays, these coins practically pay for themselves. But you're not just getting the gold value when you add this coin to your numismatic collection. You're getting this coin's tremendous numismatic value. Now, let's talk about rarity here. There's 2 types of rarity. One type is condition rarity, and the other is absolute rarity. When it comes to certain series like the Morgan Dollar, a lot of it is about condition rarity. Condition rarity is when a coin is only rare because of the high condition that it's in. This is the case for many Morgan Dollars because the series was struck in the millions for the majority of the issues. So since most of these coins were circulated, there's plenty of issues like the 1884S that can be a $40, $50 coin in lower grades, but can be worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in mint state condition. On the other hand, there are coins with absolute rarity. Absolute rarity is when so few coins were struck that finding an example in any condition at all is incredibly difficult to do. Let me give you a few examples that are comparable to the coins we have today. First, we have the 1921S Walking Liberty half dollar, one of the famous key dates with a low mintage of only 548,000 coins. Even in mint state 62 condition, a 1921S is already worth about $20,000. That's got a mintage of almost 10 times as high as the coins we have today. Here's an example that's actually uncirculated but cleaned, so a damaged coin. Your coin with not a lot of wear but has been cleaned and therefore damaged. This coin is almost $15,000. All right, here's another Adolph Weinman design, the 1916D Mercury dime. That's another low mintage coin. only 264,000 coins struck. Even in mint state 60, it's a $10,000 coin. Here's one that's not even mint state 60. This is an AU, about uncirculated details, and you can see it's already about $10,000 in that condition. So, in mint state 60, 61, 62, well over $10,000 a coin. In the highest possible grade, this can be a $100,000, $200,000 coin. Then we have the 1916 Standing Liberty Quarter. This is a famous low mintage rarity of only 52,000 coins. Here's what these bring, even in low grades. Here's one in fine 12. It's pretty worn, pretty dark. That coin over $5,600. And then here's one in poor 1, the absolute lowest possible grade coin can be graded without any damage or anything. Still about $2,000. Worn, so worn down that it's barely recognizable. You can't even see the date, but they can tell that it's a 1916 coin. And it's still almost $2,000. The mintage of this coin is a little bit lower than the 2016 W Gold Walking Liberty with a mintage of 65,512, but the mintages are really close in terms of absolute rarity. And when looking at the 1916 Standing Liberty, even the lowest possible grade here, like I said, it can sell for thousands of dollars. And when you get close to mint state, the price increases exponentially. 1916 Standing Liberty Quarter is worth so much in any grade because of its absolute rarity. Now, keep in mind, these coins I showed you aren't even gold. These are not even struck from gold. They're struck from silver, and they're still worth this much. Now, with gold around $2,000 an ounce and silver, in the $20 to $25 range, you can see that these coins aren't being valued for their precious metal. These are being valued for their tremendous numismatic value. And with a mintage of just 65,512 coins, these 2016 half-ounce gold Walking Liberties offer a tremendous numismatic value. So not only does this gold Walking Liberty have comparable mintages to these incredible numismatic rarities, but it's also struck from gold, a metal with much higher value historically than the small amount of silver that's in a Standing Liberty Quarter or a Mercury Dime or a Walking Liberty half dollar, any of these examples I showed you. And for just $1,995, or 2 payments of just $997.50, these coins offer a remarkable amount of numismatic value at a very collector-friendly price. Here's some key date Walking Liberty half dollars. I want to show you from the original Walking Liberty half dollar series in silver from the teens and the 20s, some of the rarest ones in the series. The mintages are much higher than you see for this 2016, for this gold version of the coin. 2 million, million, 1.5 million, 500. These ones are only about 200,000. But then you look at what these coins are valued at because of their numismatic rarity today. So as you see, all these coins on this list, much higher mintages than this coin. The lowest ones on this list are still more than triple, and the highest ones on this multiples 10, 20, 30 times higher. Here's a 1923S. This is a coin with a mintage over 2 million. Not even in mint state condition, and it's over $3,000, $3,300 almost. Here's a 1919D, coin with a mintage over 1 million coins. This is a $5,000 coin. Again, not even in mint state, and it's a 5,000 plus coin. Here's a 1919S. Again, a mintage. This is a mintage of about 1.5 million coins. You've got a $5,000 coin. Again, not even in mint state, not even uncirculated. Close to it, but not even uncirculated. And they go up exponentially when you get to mint state. 1920D, mintage of over 1.5 million coins. Again, almost $3,000 for a coin that's been cleaned, a damaged coin, an impaired coin. And it's still almost $3,000 for that coin. Here's a 1921S. This is about uncirculated. It's kind of splotchy, a coin that does not have the best eye appeal, still over $7,000. A 21P, this is a coin, about 250,000 of these made. So, about 4 times more of these 1921 Ps were made than this gold 2016 coin. This is about a $6,800 coin here in this kind of condition. Another cleaned coin, damaged coin, not really the type of coin collectors want. Still $3,000 because of the tremendous numismatic rarity. Here's another 21D here. This is a coin, mintage of over 200,000 of these made. Very fine 35, a well-circulated coin, over $2,000. Again, all of these coins you can see valued in the thousands and thousands of dollars. Not even in high grade, some of them damaged because of the just numismatic absolute rarity. They offer tremendous numismatic value. Now let me compare to a couple of more recent coins. Gold coins from this series, like the mintages I want to show you of the gold Mercury dime, the gold Standing Liberty quarter, some other modern mint issues here. And you see just how few of these coins were struck and just how few have certified perfect mint state specimen 70 here. The 2016 Mercury dime, much higher mintage, little bit higher population. 2009, they made an ultra high relief gold double eagle. This coin, over 100,000 of those struck. Standing Liberty quarter they made, about 50% more of those were made. They made a 2014 gold Kennedy half dollar, 73,000 struck. You get down to the bottom though, you see of these recent similar type coins commemorating these historic classic coin designs that we know and love here as collectors. This one, the lowest mintage of all these different coins, and by far the lowest population that have been graded by NGC in a perfect 70 grade. These are popular coins because of the rarity. They're all stunning coins, but let me show you that ultra high relief coin, over $4,000 for that in a 69 grade. Here's the Kennedy half dollar, over $2,400 in a 70 grade. And here's our Walking Liberty, the coin that is available right now for just $19.95 or 2 easy payments of $997.50. You see this coin elsewhere. See these all the time advertised for right around $3,000, $29.95. Here's a great deal, $27.95. We have these today because of the deals we work. We always want to get you the best price. We buy a deal. We pass the savings on to you. We want to give you the best numismatic value at the most collector-friendly price possible. And if you're looking for a stunning coin that offers tremendous numismatic value on top of its classic beauty, then this 100th anniversary 2016 W half-ounce gold Walking Liberty half dollar is the perfect coin for your collection. As one of the most significant American coin designs to ever be struck, Weinmann's Walking Liberty is an absolute necessity for any collection. Lady Liberty striding forward with her arm outstretched, beckoning in that hopeful son of a new day. It's just such a symbolic coin, and it was there with the citizens of our country through the most difficult of times. This design went through World War I, the stock market crash of 1929, the Great Depression, and World War II. This is a truly sentimental coin design that is symbolic of American perseverance and success. And this specific example is struck from pure gold. I have never seen anything like this, and if I had to pick between the classic silver design and this gold one, I know it would be an extremely difficult choice. Then when you think about the mintage, the absolute rarity, and the numismatic value that this coin offers are tremendous, on par with some of the greats in American numismatics. This is the perfect coin to purchase and put away. We got lucky with this deal, and it can be part of your numismatic collection for only 2 payments of $997.50. Save this coin, pass it on to your kids, make it a family heirloom, make it part of your legacy. This design will likely never be struck in gold again. That's it. Just 65,512 examples of this beautiful design struck in pure gold. I really hope you're able to take advantage of this unbelievable numismatic opportunity today. This is a stunning American coin with a remarkably low mintage and endless potential. I'm Jack McNamara with Rare Collectibles TV. Thanks for watching.
$225 years. That was an anniversary that was recently celebrated by the United States Mint. And that was in 2017. Chartered in 1792. So in 2017, to honor the 225th anniversary of the U.S. Mint, something very, very special was issued from our government. It features a silver issue honoring the 225th anniversary of the U.S. Mint, but so much more than that. This was one of the only instances that I can think of, with the exception of 2011, with the 25th anniversary of the Silver Eagle program, where you could acquire some of the greatest collectible issues in silver the U.S. Mint ever came up with. From Philadelphia, from Denver, from San Francisco, and from West Point. And each one of these silver issues features a different finish on the coin. They're also available in the highest grade attainable, where each and every one of these issues, each and every one of these silver issues, not just the fact that they're dual dated, which hardly ever happens, but they are available in an enhanced uncirculated, or we could start at the beginning with reverse proof, then enhanced uncirculated or enhanced finish, then a traditional mint state. There you see it. And a traditional proof, a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Now this set had a bold design and very reminiscent of the earliest coins from the 20th century that honored Native Americans. This set honors the first African-American woman ever on a United States issue. They are very limited in both mintage and the amount that have certified in perfect grade. And like I said, it is extremely rare to be able to acquire in one collection all of these great finishes that the United States Mint has perfected and has used in striking coins in recent memory. These are all in one collection, much like the Buffalo nickel and the United States $10 that all featured representations of Native Americans. This coin features an allegorical of liberty that is the very first African-American woman ever on a United States issue. Now these are large and they have unique designs. Look at that reverse with the eagle in flight like you seldom see America's greatest symbol. These are medallic issues that again honor the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. Each one of these were authorized by an act of Congress. Now, these are struck on exactly the same plangets, which is the blank, that the United States Silver Eagle program is struck on. Large, 40 millimeters, pure, 0.999 fine silver, the highest purity of silver that you can get. This is value, ladies and gentlemen, and rarity. Now, I've selected some of the great silver issues from the Silver Eagle series. For 2011, the anniversary of reverse proof. Now, the mintage was actually lower than 100,000 by just a few coins. But you take a look at these Liberty medals, every one of them had a mintage of 50,000. There are not many issues from the U.S. Mint with a mintage of 50,000. The 1893S, America's king of all silver dollars, had a mintage of 100,000. Few American silver dollars will come close. So let's take another look. The 2017 Proof Silver Eagle from San Francisco, the mintage was almost 125,000. And again, every one of these coins that I am featuring here is a comparison to these great recently released issues for the 225th anniversary are in the same finish. So you had the traditional proof from San Francisco with almost 125,000 minted. Then the uncirculated example, where there were 100,000 of those and only 50,000 in the set we have. And then one of the greatest designs you've ever seen, the enhanced uncirculated, groundbreaking. The mintage of that coin was 281,000, but the enhanced uncirculated finish in this set, a mere 50,000 coins. Now let's get right down to the set that we're featuring. First thing you need to know, every single issue in this set, and there are 4 of them, are large. And every single one is in a perfect grade. A reverse proof, a proof, an uncirculated, an enhanced finish, all in the highest grade attainable. Perfection. Now it's a 4-coin set with a mintage of 50,000. Take a look at populations from what is known as the West Point Mint Hoard. Now, you've heard of that before, because here at Rare Collectibles TV, we're extremely fortunate in that we were able to acquire a West Point Mint Hoard of American Silver Eagles that was recently discovered. Well, also recently discovered was another West Point hoard that contained these 4 issues. The greatest part about these silver medals, ladies and gentlemen, is that they had never been disturbed. These were located in the vaults at the West Point Repository. Yes, West Point is a mint, but it is also the #1 storage facility for all precious metals other than gold. That's kept at Fort Knox. But when it comes to silver, it's at the West Point Repository. It was a repository before it was ever a United States minting facility. So recently discovered, literally in a vault, was these issues that had been there since 2017. They had never been distributed. They had never been presented to a grading service. They were in their original pristine condition. We sent these in for grading. Take a look at the designation on each label, because it gives you the whole story. It gives you the illustrious 225th anniversary collection of the American Liberty 4-medal set. And then it's designated as the 2020 West Point Mint Hoard. Not many of these coins will ever grade in a perfect grade. Not a mint state 70, not a reverse proof 70, or a proof 70, or an enhanced uncirculated 70. But we have them in absolute perfection. So as you can see, when we refer back to the chart here, we see that there's going to be about 3,200 of these coins that are going to certify in a perfect grade. Here's the deal with these unbelievable issues. They have not been grading in a perfect grade at the usual rate. It's been way, way under. The vast majority will not grade in a perfect grade, but the ones we have are all perfect. So there you see it right there. Very, very important. One of the most difficult coins to get in a perfect grade in this set is the Mint State issue struck at Denver. So take a look. $1,450. $1,450 if you're lucky enough to get one. In a Mint State 70, a perfect grade. We have that issue in a perfect grade as well as the three others. We have the entire collection with our special labeling in the highest grade as well. The entire collection, including the rare and elusive from Denver, here, $699. $699. This is big because the 2017 from Denver, the hardest issue in this collection to acquire in a perfect grade 70. And that's why it's almost $1,500. Our entire collection, $699. I'm telling you this right off the bat, nearly, because number one, I've been told I talk a lot. And number two, I want you to get an opportunity to get on the phone lines before they get all jammed up and score yourself a 4-coin collection honoring 225 years of liberty being produced at the U.S. Mint. And you can see the focal point of that coin is liberty, is the guiding light by which we all live by, liberty. And there it is, as big and bold as you can get. Let's take a look at the 2017 struck at West Point, enhanced, uncirculated. That coin is $250. So remember, $1,450 for the D, the W enhanced right there, $250. $1,700 already, folks. We're at $699 for the complete collection, all in perfect grade. All in solid silver. This is an amazing issue. These are populating. These are grading at very, very small amounts next to their mintage. And the mintage is very, very small. And it is totally sold out. I should say it's totally sold out at the U.S. Mint. And we're about to be sold out here. So there you have the uncirculated and the enhanced. So the uncirculated $1,450, enhanced at $250. Take a look at the reverse proof, $295. That's nearly $2,000, folks. $2,000 in value. $2,000 in what it's selling at. And we're at $699. So the reverse proof, $295. And there you see it there. The coins are stunning. So that's going to cap us out, folks, when we compare out there at nearly $2,000, $1,995. Now, I want to show you where Silver Eagles are at. Now, Silver Eagles, the Silver Eagle issue and this issue are struck on the exact same plangent, meaning it's a silver plangent that contains 1 full ounce of pure silver. But the mintages, and it's not easy to put mintages to shame of these Silver Eagle collectibles from the 25th anniversary set and from the 2017 proof issue, because those are some of the lowest mintages of Silver Eagles we've ever seen. But this collection of 4 beats them out. I mean, that's just the way it goes. And I want to show you some of those great coins that I mentioned from previous years. In 2011, the U.S. Mint honored the 25th anniversary of the American Silver Eagle with a 5-coin set. And I had mentioned the 2011 Philadelphia issue. There it is right there. That's a reverse proof in a perfect grade for $660. I mentioned the 2017 silver proof issue. That had a low mintage, 124,000. I mean, at the time when that coin came out, it beat the mintage of the 1994 proof by a lot. And that coin right there is $395. So right away, at almost $400 and 6 sets, 1,000, 1,060. So you're talking about $1,055 just for 2 issues in recent memory that have half the mintage of these issues here. Half. $699. This is unbelievable. Plus each and every coin, there's over $200 in grading fees alone if you were to do this on your own. And let me say, if you were not lucky enough to find a hoard of these coins that had been sitting in a U.S. Treasury vault at West Point since 2017, you would have no chance whatsoever of being able to garner perfect grades, because the coins that they'll have been out there too long, baseballed around, owned by too many different people. These are direct from a U.S. government vault. That's big. So we're already at nearly $1,100. And here is a Mint State 2011 struck at San Francisco from the 2011 25th anniversary set, $800 almost, $795. So you're already getting close to $1,900. We're a lot of value here. And I have to tell you, we are not in a lower grade or 2 grades or 3 grades lower. We're in exactly the same grade as all these coins that I'm making comparison to. This is a really special issue with a mintage of only 50,000 and coins that have been graded in perfect grades, not occurring with any regularity whatsoever. Now, last is one of my favorite issues. I have loved this finish since the coin appeared in 2013. It is known as, and let's take a look, enhanced uncirculated in a perfect grade. The great part about the enhanced finish, number one, there's an enhanced uncirculated issue in the set that we're offering. But the enhanced uncirculated features parts of a proof strike, an uncirculated strike, and a reverse proof strike, all in one coin. And it gives the effect of the figure of liberty floating above the coin. And it had never been done before until 2013, and here in this special issue for 2017. But those enhanced uncirculated coins, this one is almost $360, folks. So you're getting well over $2,000 in value for $699. When it comes to locating hoards, it's pretty tough to do. You know, they really have to come to you. It's not like they're buried somewhere where you're going to find them underground. We're lucky in a lot of ways. One of the greatest ways we're lucky is I get to present what I do as a hobby as a job. But more than that, we're lucky that the position that we're situated in terms of the supply that we get, allows us many times, most times, first crack at some of the greatest hoards that are coming out of anywhere. If you watch our show, nobody has greater access to European bank hoards of gold than our show. Nobody. And when it comes to GSA hoards, we lead the pack. Nobody features GSA coins in original holders like we do here on Rare Collectibles TV. And when it comes to important issues that have somehow escaped being released, and these are issues that everybody wants, nobody is in a better position than Rare Collectibles TV. It's our track record. So that's how we came upon this hoard. That's how we have it all. That's how we bring you so much value. This would cost you close to $2,500 out there, and it would be so difficult for you to track down each and every one of these elusive coins in a perfect grade. Nearly impossible. This is the moment for perfection in this collection, 4-piece, from the West Point Mint hoard. And they don't come around very often, folks. And there they are at $699. One of the most beautiful and bold designs ever by the U.S. Mint. in a low mintage, high quality, highest quality, pure silver once in every 225 years, you'll see something like this, literally. One last time, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got to wrap it up. Less than $700, $699, all in perfect grade. It gives you that great opportunity to get 4 of the greatest finishes ever struck on a silver issue in one collection in a perfect grade across the board. Fellow collectors, this is the opportunity to get in on a truly bona fide hoard from your West Point Mint in a perfect grade right here on Rare Collectibles TV. Thanks a lot for watching, and stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm here with the lovely and gracious Caitlin Tomaska, who's going to be helping me out. Caitlin is going to be showing you some magnificent Morgan dollars. And it's my great pleasure to be able to show you folks today. You know, I've specialized in Morgan dollars. That's the first area I specialized in when I became a dealer in the early 1980s. And I've talked about how the first book I got on Morgan dollars was by a fellow by the name of Jim Osborne. And I would talk about that first book, how I picked it off a shelf in a coin shop. But I didn't have a copy of it. I had gotten lost over the years. About a week ago, Caitlin hands this book to me, and there it is. And I said, Caitlin, where'd you find my book? And she said, no, I got this. Where'd you get it?
I got it from a secondhand store.
She got it from a secondhand store, okay? And I said, that's right, it's not my original book, because mine had one of the cover was torn at the edge there. It was ripped off. But this is my first ever book by Jim Osborne, and it's amazing how grading standards and things have changed over the decades, folks, because like for dates like the 1888S of the uncirculated grade, in uncirculated condition, they'd say about 35% of them are MS65 or better. Well, by today's grading standards, it's not 35%, it might be, a couple percent. So grading standards have changed a lot. But this is my very first book. Thank you for finding it. I really appreciate that.
I like finding fun books.
Yeah, it's so cool. That was so cool. And my second book, it was Wayne Miller's Morgan and Peace Dollar textbook. Now, originally, it was out in soft cover. It was slightly smaller than this. This was his updated second edition. If you can find one of these, folks, this is a cool book because it offers a date-by-date analysis, and it doesn't go into exact rarities and stuff like that. It does go into the rarity of the various dates in high-grade mint state. Now, you have to remember this book is 30 years old, so that a lot of the information is kind of outdated. But one of the things Mr. Miller did that I really appreciated, and I've copied in all my books, is he would get state-of-the-art pictures for the different Morgan dollars, in exceptional Morgan dollars. Now, state-of-the-art back in 1984 was not what state-of-the-art is today, but for that day, it was outstanding stuff. So that's just a couple of cool little tidbits. I started off, what originally attracted me to Morgan dollars was the fact that they were old, big, beautiful silver dollars. And if one did a little research, like I was doing, one could often acquire some very rare examples at an affordable price. And I became a specialist in these coins, and I would sell to other dealers. And I found out I have a very good eye for nice Morgan dollars. Now, for me, when I started out, and while our regular viewers, this story from past shows, but for our new viewers, we get so many new viewers in every week here watching our show. When I got back into collecting, when I was in my 20s, and I had my first full-time job. My coin budget was, about $100 a month. So you have some idea of what my parameters were for affordable at that time. So I looked for the finest quality Morgan dollars possible for a given date. And again, I became a specialist in these. Many of my clients have won awards for the finest sets. Here's an NGC award for Best Classic Sets for Proof Morgan dollars from 2006. In fact, my clients have had the best, finest Morgan dollar collections on the NGC website since 2003. The first finest set went from 2003 to 2008. It was one owner. It was First Strike Society, the Everest Collection, and from 2009 on, it's been a second client. He's had the finest collection. I helped him put the set together. Approximately, 40% of the coins in his collection are coins that I acquired for him so he could achieve that #1 status. And probably the pride and joy of the whole collection is this coin he has in his set, which is the finest known, the rarest Philadelphia Mint Proof Morgan, the 1878 reverse of 79. There's only about a half dozen known, and that's the finest known example. Fantastic coin. So I've got a lot of experience with Morgan dollars, and it's such a great time to start putting some nice Morgan dollars together. What I quickly learned when I first began, though, my study of Morgan dollars, and what I understood from the books I was reading on Morgan dollars, is that mintages have nothing to do with the Morgan dollar's rarity and value in uncirculated condition. There are literally thousands and thousands of bags of Morgan dollars across the country. Thousands of bags of circulated or lightly circulated Morgan dollars. A little over 380 million, in fact, the number is 386 million Morgan dollars were left after the 1918 Pitman melts, the great majority of which are circulated. Almost every family in this country, I think, probably has, at least one or two of these coins tucked into the drawer somewhere. And, they're cool coins. Huge silver dollars, struck over 100 years ago. So, most people who own these coins, who are not collectors, they often believe that what they have is extremely valuable. And it's always a disappointment when after I see the coin, I have to tell them that, no, it's worth a small premium over its silver value, maybe $35 or $40. Here's a great example. Morgan dollar, 1896-0. Here's a coin that circulated, and also 92S, and I've got it highlighted in orange. In circulated condition, a 92S is about $32, $33. 96.0, $32, $33 in circulated condition. But you get a 92S in just MS60 uncirculated condition. It goes from a $32 coin to a $37,000 coin. The 96.0 goes from a $32 coin to a $1,500 or $1,400 coin. Here's a look. I've just highlighted it. This is from the latest Coin Dealer newsletter, the gray sheet. This is what dealers use as a buying guide. And it's very small print, so you probably can't, I don't know if you can read it, but there you go. That's excellent. You could see the 92S there, $32 in VG condition, and it doesn't become really valuable. Even AU there at $1,300, but then when you get an MS60, it jumps to $37,000. And that's because the 92S Morgan dollar and the 96.0 Morgan dollar are not particularly low mintage coins. The 96.0, they struck about 5 million coins, almost. The 92S, 1.2 million. And circulated examples are easy to come by. And it's when you get to these uncirculated examples where Morgan dollars have their real value. Now, this chart helps explain why. It's a little chart I did. And just to break it down for you, if we can get that whole thing, and there you go. Okay, that top line, Morgan dollars melted under the 1918 Pittman Act. About 270 million Morgan dollars were melted down. That left, after those were melted down, that left about 386 million survivors. Now, of that 386 million, PCGS and NGC combined have graded in uncirculated condition. Uncirculated, which begins at the MS60 grade. That's the lowest grade of uncirculated. To MS69, which is the highest grade any Morgan has ever received. The total, you add all those coins up, about 5.7 million coins have been graded uncirculated out of that 386 million. That represents 1.5% of the total Morgan dollar surviving population. Now, folks, that number there, that 1.5%, 1.5% in uncirculated condition, even though these coins only represent 1.5% of the total outstanding Morgan dollar population, those uncirculated coins probably represent about 98% of the total value of the total outstanding Morgan dollar population. Let me repeat that. Even though of the surviving Morgan dollars, only a couple percent have survived in uncirculated condition, they represent about 98% of the value, perhaps, of the total value of all the Morgan dollars out there. As you could see on the gray sheet values for that 92S and the 96O. It would take thousands of 92S's to equal the value of one 92S in just MS60 condition. So if you're going to get involved in Morgans and commit your hard-earned dollars to putting some of these wonderful coins away, it's most important to focus on condition rarity when acquiring these coins. Now again, my regular viewers have heard me talk about this before on many occasions, but this is for the benefit of our new viewers watching our show today. For you folks watching for the first time, when we talk about rare coins in U.S. numismatics, there are really two different kinds of rarity. Originally, many generations ago, rare coins were mostly defined in terms of their absolute rarity. How many were struck? How many may have survived, regardless of condition? The most frequent example I like to cite, because it's a coin most collectors are familiar with, is the 1916 P Standing Liberty Quarter. The mint only struck 52,000 examples, a fraction of which have survived today. It's an extremely difficult coin to find in any condition. Even AG examples, almost good examples, heavily circulated, will fetch thousands of dollars. And I've got a few auction records just to give you an idea of this. Here's one, a VG8. Very good. This is, in other words, heavily circulated condition. 1916 P. $4,300 for that coin. Here's one more recently sold, and this one is in XF condition, extra fine condition, so a slightly, but still heavily circulated. But you can see the price jumps to over $8,000. You get to uncirculated, you could be talking $15,000, $20,000. Now, thing is, over the decades, mostly the past, I'd say 50 plus years, collectors have also become increasingly concerned about a coin's condition. Understandably, we collectors tend to want the finest, most attractive example of a given date for our collections. And as coin collecting became more popular during the decade of the 1950s and beyond, the condition of a coin became more and more important as more and more collectors wanted not just to own any old example of a particular date, but the best quality example of that date they could find and afford. Great illustration of that two red books I have here. Now, the red book can't print the value of every single grade of every single coin. If they did, the book would be, 1,000 pages. So it just highlights the most important grades. Now, I've got a red book from 1964. This is my first red book. And I have to be very careful with handling this because if I'm a little too rough, some of the pages might fall out. But I'm going to turn to the Morgan dollars here in this section very carefully. And here you have on the first page, Caitlin, if you could just real carefully, because last time I did this, one of my coin books fell apart. I don't know if you can zoom into that page there where it starts with the 1878 eight-tail feather. And on the right-hand page there, Amy, there you go. At the very bottom there, you could see eight-tail, very first coin listed, extra fine $3, Unk $6. That was it. And they had the value for the proof coin. Now, that was in 1964. But now look at the breakdown in the most recent. Okay, this is a 2014 edition of the Red Book. And that's on the left-hand page there at the bottom. Yeah, there you go. Right at the very bottom, the very first coin. They get into all the grades of circulated, but they just, for uncirculated, they just don't have Unk. They've got MS-60, which they have at $160. They have MS-63 at $250. They have MS-64 at $500, MS-65 at $1,600, and there are even grades beyond that. But the importance of condition, as you can see, has so much increased over the last 50 years. It's so critical nowadays, and especially when you're talking about uncirculated versus circulated. There are circulated examples, $45, uncirculated, it's a couple $100. And so the focus of the hobby changed. And what collectors and dealers learned over time was that there are many, many dates, many issues in U.S. numismatics, which may be very common in circulated condition, but in uncirculated condition may be extremely rare. And this focus, folks, on condition rarity drives much of collecting today and is, in fact, greatly responsible for the tremendous growth in interest in the Morgan Dollar series. Because most Morgan Dollar dates are very common in the lower circulated grades. It's in the uncirculated grades that many of these dates become condition rarities. Here's a chart I made. I put it together. It took me several hours. But it's really important because it illustrates the relative condition rarity from the most common Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition to the rarest Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition. And it's several pages long. And I've organized the Morgan dollar dates in this series, and there's 100 dates and mint marks, by their condition rarity. And I used the latest NGC population numbers, where I added up all the coins they graded of each date from MS-60 on up, from the most common and ending with the rarest. Here's the first page. And these are coins that where NGC has graded at least 40,000 in uncirculated condition, beginning with the most common. And it's very, very interesting. Most common coin, most of you know if you've collected Morgan dollars, 1881S. NGC has graded over 226,000 examples in uncirculated condition, all grades, MS-60 and higher. Then comes the 84O, 85O. But you notice how quickly it drops off. When you get down to the 82S there, 72,000, it's a third of what the 81S is in the space of about a dozen coins. And then about 7, 8 coins later, you get down to the 1888p, you're already down to only 44,000 coins. So just in the space of about 20 coins, you have coins of condition rarity increasing about 5-fold in the space of about 20 coins. You got that 83cc there on that first page. An 1883cc in uncirculated condition, only 42,000. Here's one that was on eBay, and this is, when you see these on uncirculated, they're on other shows, they're usually somewhere between $250, $350, $400. So that price is in the ballpark of what you find for an uncirculated 1883cc. So there we go, and the last coin on that page is 1900, just over 40,000. So huge drop in rarity in the space of like 23 coins, from 226,000 down to only 40,000. Now we go to the second page, folks. And these are coins that have rarity where they have less than 40,000 graded down to 15,000. So we're getting to another level of condition rarity. This is where we're getting to some very scarce coins. There you got the 1878S, much rarer than the other early S mints. Much rarer. The 1878S is often lumped in together with the 79, 80, 81, 82. The 78S, a much tougher coin to get in brilliant uncirculated condition. But you notice only 5 coins down, how the rarity doubles. 1888-0, only 21,000. You're already down to only 21,000 coins graded. All grades in uncirculated, only 21,000 coins. And then about another 10 coins later, you're down to rarities of about only 15,000 coins out of 16 million coins minted for the 1890p. Out of 16 coins minted, only 15,000 certified by NGC in uncirculated. And then finally the 1882-0, just over 15,000 out of, even though over 6 million have been minted. Now you notice on that page, the 1885cc, only 228,000 minted, folks, but almost 18,000 graded in uncirculated. So again, this really illustrates the relationship between mintage and condition rarity, because mintage often has very little to do with a coin's condition rarity. There you've got an 1885cc and an 1881cc, really, really low mintages, and conditionally very, very, very scarce, very rare coins. But you've got some coins after that that have much higher mintages that are rare in uncirculated condition. And then we're going to get to this third page, folks. And these are coins that are even rarer than the coins on the second page. Starting with the 21D, with a mintage of 20 million, yet only 14,000 graded in uncirculated. And then you've got that 8 tail feather. That's a low mintage coin, only 9,800 coins. But then a little farther down, you've got the 030 there. 4.5 million, only 7,200 coins graded uncirculated. And finally at 87S, 1890cc, just over 5,000. And in uncirculated condition, those can be quite expensive. We're getting to some really tough coins there. The 1880-0 in uncirculated condition, the 1879-0. Some really valuable coins when you can get nice uncirculated examples of these coins. You don't, 1891cc. Many of you are familiar with that date. Tough coins in uncirculated condition. Circulated condition, folks, you can get them for $35, $40 for the most part. Now finally we get to this last one. This last group, these are the rarest of all. Coins with less than 5,000 graded, uncirculated. Take a look here, beginning with this page here. 91S is the first one there. 5.3 million, only 4,900 graded and uncirculated. 7/8 tail feather, 78 reverses 59. They really don't know what the mintage is because that was lumped together with the other coins struck in that year, and there's no real knowledge of how many were struck, but there weren't that many. But then you get a date like the 1889-0. 12 million struck, and look how rare it is in uncirculated. Only 3,500 coins graded. And you move down the page some more. 93p, rare coin. 2,100 coins graded, but then you have the 99S and the 98S. 3 and 4 million coins graded, but even rarer than that 93p and those coins you see above it. The 79cc. The 79cc, 2,700 coins graded, uncirculated. An Unk 79cc is going to run you about $4,000, folks. And I've got a comp right here just to show you that. Here's one. Here, this is an auction price 79cc, MS61, and it's almost $6,000. That's typical. That's par for the course for a 79cc. And then we get to the last page here, which is just a continuation of this under 5,000 population, and this is the last page of these rarest of all coins. Until finally we get to that 1893S at the very bottom. That's the king coin. That's the Godzilla of Morgan dollars. Now that has a very, very low mintage. I mentioned the 92S earlier, how that's a $32 coin in circulated condition, but a $40,000 coin in MS60 grade. And that's why, because they're so rare. They have such tremendous condition rarity in uncirculated condition. A $40,000 coin in uncirculated, a $35 coin in circulated. 93S though, because it's only 100,000 issued, that's still a $3,000 coin, even in circulated grade, because finding any 93S, it has a lot of absolute rarity. But then as far as condition rarity, the lowest grade MS60 is a $100,000 coin. Now, I have a very special set of 21 brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars for you that I want you to take a look at. Now, I know you could turn on another channel, and sooner or later you'll find one of these other shows offering you a roll of 20 Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition for $1,300, $1,200, maybe even $1,100. And maybe there'll be a couple sliders in these rolls, but you know, coins that are actually lightly circulated and not uncirculated. But maybe there won't be any sliders. They might be all nice, brilliant, uncirculated coins. Typically, the coins in these rolls you see on these shows can be found on this first page that we showed you here. Usually when you see these kinds of deals, they're coins from that first page, 40,000 or more graded. 81S's, 84O's, 85O's, 80S's, 04O's, 86P's. You might get a couple examples from this second page, but just a couple because these are more difficult to come by. Doubtful you're going to see a 90cc there, folks, or 87S or any of those coins like that, or 97S or 79O. You're not going to see those in those BU rolls, folks. Not true BUs. Now, those BUs that are offered, now we offer those BU mixed rolls ourselves here on Rare Collectibles TV. And honestly, nice BU Morgan Dollar rolls for $1,200 are a really, really good deal. Here you're getting silver dollars struck over 100 years ago in brilliant uncirculated condition. The finest quality, top 2 to 3% of surviving Morgan dollars today. Rare coins in the condition sense for a relatively very small premium over their silver melt value. And that's so important because here I've got a gray sheet from about a year and a half ago, November of 2012, when silver was at $32 an ounce. Silver is currently about $19 an ounce. So for people who have really gotten heavily invested in silver bullion, over the last year and a half, 2 years, they've really taken a major hit. On the other hand, if they had bought nice uncirculated Morgan dollars, these coins have gone up in value. Why? Well, you got two things going with the Morgan dollars. You got the bullion. If silver goes up, that's going to help the value of these coins. But if silver goes down, you've got a finite quantity of brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. Now, the circulated grades of these Morgan dollars have gone down in value along with the price of bullion. Because again, there's large quantities of circulated Morgan dollars out there. Thousands and thousands of bags, but there's a finite quality of these uncirculated coins. They have the numismatic component, the numismatic rarity. And because they're harder and harder to come by as collectors put these coins away, it's a finite quantity that's getting rarer by the month. Now, these 21 coins I have for you, I've never been particularly interested in offering my clients coins they could find anywhere else, at their local coin shop or coin show. From my perspective, if they're easy to find, if the coins are easy to find, if you can get these at your local coin shop or local coin show, what would you need me for? Really, seriously. I have this ethic, folks, that demands I do better. If you're going to spend your hard-earned money on rare coins, it's incumbent on me to offer you the most bang for your numismatic buck as possible. These Morgan dollars I have for you today should be silver dollars that offer you the most eye appeal, quality, and most importantly, rarity and future potential for your numismatic dollar as possible. Now, I set a goal of offering a spectacular 20-coin set, a roll quantity of brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars that would encompass the full spectrum of rarity of these coins in brilliant uncirculated condition, from the more common dates that were on page 1 to many of the rarest dates in the series. So that if you never bought another Morgan dollar, you would have a knockout set that you could be proud to own, knowing that you owned many Morgan dollars offering a level of condition rarity that you don't find at your local coin shop or on some other coin show that you may have watched over the past 20 years. And my goal was to be able to make this roll, provide it for under $5,000 for the roll. That would be less than $250 a coin. This isn't your typical mixed roll of 20, folks. In this case, 21, because I actually have 21 coins. This isn't your typical 21 Morgan dollars. Now, there's a great quote by Thomas Jefferson. To paraphrase Thomas Jefferson, he once said, "I'm a great believer in luck, and I find the harder I work, the more I have of it." I acquired over a bag quantity of some absolutely spectacular mixed state, brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars that had been in someone's vault or collection Maybe it was hidden in a secret wall. Who knows where it's been hiding these decades, but this bag hadn't seen the light of day for over 40 years. And it was a big deal, and we were able to get it. And we've been very pleasantly surprised when we found that it wasn't just a bag of nice, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars, common dates. Here are the coins you'll be getting in this roll plus one. I've got that same chart for you of the rarity rankings. And the coins you see highlighted in red are the coins that are in this 21 coin super roll. Beginning with the 81S. We've got an 81S. We've got an 040, 86P, 830, 79S, 85P. But you see I've included in this roll the 1883CC, 1889P, and 1900O. And if we can go to that shot over there, Amy, on those first 9 coins, and we get a close-up of those, you see at the upper left there, there's your 1881S. That 040 is second. Can we zoom in a little bit more? Is that possible? The third coin is the 86P, and then in the second row, you've got the 830. You've got the 79S, the 85P, and at the bottom, you've got the 83CC, in the lower left there, the 89P, and the 100O. And those are the coins in Category 1. So you've got the 3 rarest coins from that Category 1 in those 9 coins. The next group, Caitlin's going to show you this chart here. These are the ones you don't see very often. Now you occasionally see a 78S. We've got one of those. But we also have an 88O. 88O there. Twice as rare as the 78S. And then I've included the 84P and the 2 rarest examples from this second category, the 97P and the 82O. And we have those on that second, in that second holder there, those 5 coins you see there. There's a beautiful 78S, brilliant uncirculated. And the next coin to the right there, that 88O. Then down in the middle is a beautiful 84P. And down on the left-hand side is an 87P. And finally, the 1882O. Now, Caitlin is going to show you an example of an 1882O that she has here, and she's going to show you where the mint mark is on these, because this is really important. If you're new to Morgan dollars, you're asking yourself, well, what does the O mean and what does the S mean? That has to do with the mint. If there's no mint mark, the coin was struck in Philadelphia. If there's a CC, it was struck in Carson City. If there's an S, it was struck in San Francisco. And there you can see right, she's pointing it to it, that little O there, between the D and O in dollar, right above the D and O, that O means it was struck in New Orleans. And that's a New Orleans 1882O, the rarest coin in this second category. Now, though, we're starting to get to some of the really, really great coins in this set, folks. And these were all good. The first 14 were fantastic. But now we're getting to coins with less than 15,000 in all grades. This is an amazing rarity, because when you consider a date like the 1881S, they've graded like 70,000 in MS65 and above. Okay, and here you've got coins that in all grades they've graded fewer than 15,000. And the coins highlighted are what we have in this very rare group. You've got the 81O, the 80P, the 21S, 1890S, and the 02P, 5,300 coins in this third category. Take a look at those coins. They're in the next 5 coin holder. At the top right there. There's your 81O, your 80P, 21S down at the middle. Such an underrated coin, incredibly underrated. 21S in mint state, a very tough coin. 21 million struck, only 11,000 graded in uncirculated condition. Then below that to the left, you've got your 1890S, 7,900 graded in uncirculated condition. Total pop by NGC. And then finally the O2P. And now finally, we get to the last page. We've got an 1891S. 4,900 coins. But we also have something extra special here. And this last coin is considerably rarer in mint state condition than the 92cc you see there, the 1879cc. Again, here's an 1879cc. MS62 grade. You saw one earlier that was $5,800 in 6.1. Here's one in 6.2. For $6,000. The 92cc from this page, folks. The 92cc. Here's a 92cc. Top-rated seller, over $2,000 for a 92. They've graded about 4,000 in mint state, and it's a $2,100 coin. The 79cc, they've graded 2,700 in mint state, and it's a $4,000 coin in just, brilliant uncirculated condition, MS60, 61, 62 condition. We've got a 98S. We've got a handful of these 98S and 99Ss in this bag deal. We're going to include one or the other of the date. We have a limited quantity of the 98S and the 99S at the very end there, Amy. That's the 91S that you're going to get, but you're also going to get either a 98S or a 99S. And Caitlin's got one of these. She's going to show you in a close-up. There we go. We can pull one of those. Only 19, fewer than 2,000 graded of each. 1,993 graded of one, 1975 of the other. Almost identical condition rarity. A beautiful 99S. This was a tough one, getting this in there. We only have a handful of these coins. But it's such an important coin to include, folks, because for only a few $100s more, we're including a coin that has the potential to double, triple the value of this set in the years ahead. So we've got a 98S or a 99S in this set for you. Finally, for a set this magnificent, wouldn't it be nice to display them in a manner that befits their stature? So this is a 21 coin set, folks, that I have a beautiful presentation case for. And here you get to see it. And the coins are arranged in order of their rarity. Those first 9 you see in the first 2 rows, those are the coins from that first page. There you go. They're all organized by rarity. And then you see, I don't know if we can get any closer on that shot there, Amy. Yeah, can we zoom in a little bit more on those? There we go. And then in the third row, you see the 78S. That's the first coin on the second page, though that's your second group of rarity on that second page. They're all arranged there for you. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant specimens arranged by their rarity, by their condition rarity. And then on the second tray, you've got that third category, the coins with 15,000 to 5,000, those first 5 coins. Beginning with the 81O, and ending with the O2P there. Magnificent, brilliant uncirculated specimens. There's your 98S at the, 90S at the very end of that row. And then at the bottom, you've got your under 5,000 coins. There's the 91S. And then you're going to get either one of these last two coins. You're going to get a 98S or a 99S. Now, folks, this has to be a date of our choice because we are so limited on the supply of either of these two coins from this group that we acquired. Now, I wanted to do this for under 5,000 for the roll. Less than $250 a coin. That was my goal. Well, I achieved that goal. Not only are you getting more than 20 coins, you're getting 21 coins. But I killed it, folks, because this complete set, and you figure the rarity you're getting in some of those coins, but especially with the last two groups of coins, you'd think this would be something around $10,000 or more. There's so much condition rarity in this set. The entire 21 coin group is not $9,500 or $7,900 or $4,900 or $3,900 or $3,500. The entire 21 coin group, from that rarest three in that first category to that second group of five to that 78S, 810, 91S, 90S, 90 O2P, and finally 98S or the 99S. The whole thing is yours for only $2,795. Now, when you do the math, $27.95, that's $133.10 a coin, and it includes the display case. It includes the display case. And I would like to add that we're offering the two-payment option on this amazing set of Morgans. That means you can put down $1,397.50 today, and we'll put a set aside for you in our vault. And then in 30 days, you pay the balance of $1,397.50, and the set is yours. Again, we've got everything from the 81S, and you're getting an 83cc, which by itself, on that first page, is by itself a $300 coin. But you're also getting the 89P from that page, and the 100O, which are rarer than the 83C in uncirculated mint state condition, and that's the most those are the most common coins, those first 9. Then you get to the second page where you get a 78S, 880, 84P, 97P, 820. Those last 3 coins are all rarer in uncirculated condition than the 81cc, an 85cc, or a 78cc. A 78cc, folks, in MS6, just MS60 condition is about a $400 or $500 coin today. And you've got 3 coins on that second page that are rarer than the 78cc. And then you've got a group even rarer than those. You've got coins like the 81O, 80P, 21S, 90S, O2P, coins under 15,000. And finally, you've got a 91S, and you're going to get either a 98S or a 99S. Now, this is where you get maximum condition rarity for your numismatic dollar. I'm so proud to be able to put this set together. And again, this is so important. I don't spend a lot of time I don't think I've ever done a Boolean presentation. I just don't do Boolean presentations. Boolean can go up, Boolean can go down. I'm bullish on Boolean. But the thing is, if I was offering Boolean coins, or if I were offering Boolean coins to you a couple of years ago, when silver was $32, $33 an ounce, you would have taken a major hit today at today's prices. Because again, right now it's around $19 an ounce. You'd have taken a major, major hit. In that same time frame, these coins have gone up in value while bullion has gone down. And these coins will continue to go up in value because these are so much more than bullion. If silver goes back up, you're going to win on these. That's going to push the value of these coins up. But even if silver goes down, these are going to continue to grow in value because of their numismatic rarity. There's a finite quantity of these coins. You've got the common dates to these most rare states. These most rare states you can expect to skyrocket in value in the decades ahead because the quantities are so limited, so finite. This is an outstanding opportunity to put away a spectacular set of Morgan dollars. Even if you never buy another Morgan dollar, this is a set I would most highly recommend for only $27.95, $133.10 a coin. Think of how many coins there are out there that are more than $133.10 that are not silver dollars, that don't have near the rarity of these coins you're getting today, folks. And it is available on the two-payment option, $1,397.50 today and $1,397.50 in 30 days, and you'll have a great set of 21 Morgan dollars. This is an incredible opportunity. We are getting a lot of calls in on this already. This is something, and I'm not going to talk about this too much longer because, again, I have a finite number of these sets because of the difficulty of getting those rare dates in this collection. I remember, and here it is again. It's so important when we're talking about these Morgan dollars, we talk about them in brilliant uncirculated condition. Condition rarity is what it's all about because, again, if you're talking about circulated Morgan dollars, they're out there by the bags. It's an uncirculated condition where they become really rare. Only a couple percent of the surviving Morgan dollar population has survived in brilliant uncirculated condition. So that's why, again, as bullion has dropped over the last couple of years, these low-grade circulated Morgan dollars have dropped in value as well because they're primarily bullion coins because they are so available. On the other hand, these uncirculated coins are so much rare that they have so much more condition rarity. And they have continued to go up in value because of that very, very finite quantity out there. And for us to be able to come across these coins, to be able to offer you some of the rarest dates in the series, and to do it all for $27.95, it's just a thrill. It's a thrilling opportunity for me to be able to do this. And I want to bring you just back to this one last page here and point to that 78cc, 81cc, and 85cc in the middle of the page. Great coins. We often offer those coins. But even the 78cc with a mintage of 2.2 million is a coin that's $400 or $500 in uncirculated condition. Here's one that was cleaned, Unk Details, top-rated seller on eBay. Low-grade Unk that was cleaned, 78cc, and it's $500. Okay, they can pull that page back off so they can go back to that. So and the 81cc and 85cc are even more expensive than the 78cc. Those three dates alone, and just for average Unks, you could spend $2,000 for those three coins. And I've got three coins just on that page that have more condition rarity than those three CCs. And then I have the next page of 5 coins that are even rarer than those. These 5 coins, those CCs were up around 16, 17, 18,000 graded. Here you've got coins 14,000, 12,000, 11,000, 7,900, 5,300. And then on the final page, the 91S, 4,900. And those two at the bottom, so deep into that rarity category, rarer than the 79cc, which you see there. They've graded about 2,700, a $4,000 coin in just MS60 grade. Up above it, 10 coins from the top. The 92cc, almost 4,000 graded. And that's a $2,000 coin. And I'm including either a 99S or a 98S in this set. You're going to get one or the other. Brilliant uncirculated, and this whole thing, that 98S or 99S, by itself should be over $2,700, folks. And someday, that's where it's going to be. But for today, you get the whole set, the entire set of 21. Only here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, Rare Collectibles TV, in this showcase. We acquired these custom cases specifically for this set because this is something that we feel you would be so, it makes it so easy to show your friends. A beautiful display case where you can take the Morgan dollars out. Could you just show them how one comes, flips right out of there? Easy to just flip right out. There's a little space for your finger to take the coin out so you could, it's in a protective, airtight holder. You can turn it around, see, look at the obverse and reverse. It's a perfect way to admire, enjoy your set, and to share it with friends. All for only $27.95. We still have a lot of folks calling it. I don't know if we have a queue on this. It looks like we may, but please stay on the line. We'll take care of you as soon as we get to you, but I will have to cut it off at this point in time because this is an item like so many of the items I offer here on Rare Collectibles TV, we can't back order it. So we have enough online to handle, enough of these sets to handle what we currently have online, but we're going to have to stop right here. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I hope you take advantage of one of these sets. This is the greatest group of Morgan dollars I've ever been able to offer here on any show. It's the greatest group of 21 Morgan dollars that any show has ever offered. All for $27.95, right here on Rare Collectibles TV. Thanks for watching. Please stay tuned for our next presentation. I believe you're going to enjoy that one just as much as that. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks again.
If you've watched us here at Rare Collectibles TV, you know that we normally feature high-quality, rare coins from throughout American history. Well, today is going to be a little bit different. Rick and I found an offer on a unique numismatic collectible that we couldn't help but take advantage of. We were able to acquire a limited amount of rare paper currency that I'm sure most people have no idea even exists. Now, we're used to seeing $1, $10, even $100 Federal Reserve notes. But today, we have some rare $1,000 notes that I'm truly excited to share with you. This is a denomination of Federal Reserve notes that has been printed in over 75 years. That means the last time these were printed was during the Great Depression and World War II eras, two of the most significant periods of our country's history. Now, if you can imagine, I mean, for paper money to survive in any condition for over 75 years, let alone the condition we have here, I mean, that is truly a difficult feat to accomplish. I mean, this isn't gold or silver. I mean, it's paper. It's much less resilient than metals. So $1,000 notes like what we have here today are incredibly difficult to come by. Plus, if you bring these to the bank, they're legally required to send them back to the Federal Reserve. So you're not going to find these in circulation. But let me give you a little bit of background here. First printed in 1861, $1,000 bills generally were not intended for individual use. They were for banking and institutional transactions. Thanks to inflation, $1,000 in 1945, the last time a $1,000 bill was printed, is now equivalent to over $14,000 in today's money. Can you imagine paying for anything with $14,000 in cash? Come on. Because these reserve notes had so much purchasing power, they were almost exclusively used by banks transacting with each other. It's safe to say people born during this era probably never saw one of these notes in their day-to-day lives, unless they worked for a financial institution. These bills were first printed during the Civil War, when paper money was losing its value and the Reserve had to offer larger and larger denominations. But not only were these bills big in value, but they were big in size back then. So big, in fact, that they were called horse blankets. In 1918, they created a new note featuring Alexander Hamilton. However, the government later discovered it could save a lot of money by using less paper and ink, and thus began making a smaller bill. So in 1928, we get the $1,000 note that you see today, featuring President Grover Cleveland, which is the same size as the dollar bills we use today. These Federal Reserve notes depict President Grover Cleveland on the front, and on the back has the United States of America $1,000 surrounded by this ornate green trim. Now, a fun little tidbit about Grover Cleveland. He's the only president ever to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Technically, Cleveland is both our 22nd and 24th president of the United States. Benjamin Harrison served from 1889 to 1893, sandwiched in between Cleveland's 2 terms. Additionally, if you know anything about numismatics and the debate over the gold standard versus the silver standard, Cleveland was a strong supporter of the gold standard. In fact, he fought unsuccessfully, luckily for us, to have the Bland-Allison Act, which gave us the famous Morgan dollar, repealed. The Federal Reserve continued to print $1,000 bills until 1945. But you won't see any bills with that date, because unlike coins, which have a new date each year that they're struck, the date on paper currency only changes if there's an update to the bill's design, or if there's a new Secretary of Treasury and they need to update the signature, things like this. So a bill printed in 1945 would still bear the date of 1934. By 1969, authorities realized that these large denomination bills like these could be used to disguise criminal activities and allow lawbreakers to launder money. So to counter this, President Richard Nixon halted the distribution of these bills, making it more difficult for people to handle large sums of illegally acquired money. Now, when you deal with rare coins, we're generally dealing with gold and silver, which as metals are, relatively hard and pretty durable. But with paper money, I mean, think about it, it's paper. It wrinkles, it folds, it damages so much more easily than any coins. And it's far more susceptible to environmental factors like moisture or heat, anything like this. Now, the Federal Reserve originally printed a little over 925,000 of these notes, but only about 57,000 exist today, which is actually pretty impressive after close to 100 years. The Paper Money Guarantee Company, which grades banknotes, much like PCGS and NGC grade coins, has only graded a little over 8,000 notes from the 1934 series. And if you're wondering what the highest price for a 1934 $1,000 note sold for, it's $114,000 back in 2019. Now, I was surprised. I thought it was going to be like a mega high grade note that went for this much money. It's actually in a kind of similar quality to the notes we have here, but what made this note so special is this one is serial number 1. So you can see why collectors would go crazy for a note like that. But just to give you an idea of how popular these $1,000 bills are among collectors. So if you're interested in the history of American money, this is a bill that you're going to want to add to your collection. When you look at the low surviving population, and even the ones that do survive are usually just, they're mangled, they're torn in half and taped together, they're written on. When you see this note, you'll recognize that this kind of bill only comes around very rarely. Currently, we're offering this $1,000 1934 Federal Reserve note for just $3,295, either as a single payment, or if you want, you can make two payments of just $1,647.50. We don't get to showcase rare paper money like this on RCTV very often. So I'm really excited that we're able to share this with you today. These are notes that they're always high denomination notes, 500s, thousands. They're always so popular among collectors because they're so unusual to see such a high denomination. When I worked in a coin store, these were notes, if anyone came in, I would always try as hard as I could to buy them because they never stayed in stock long. Whenever we get one of these, they always sell so quickly. We had so many kind of collectors. When I was at Stax, some of my colleagues, they used to tell me about a guy that would come in before I worked there who was a wealthy businessman in New York who was trying to build a wall of $1,000 notes. He would buy every single one that ever came in the store, and he was putting them all on his wall in his office at his house. I had other clients come in who would want just the lowest grade, most affordable one they could get, just to put it in their money clip. They wanted to be able to show off to their friends when they went out to dinner and show off to their clients and take out their money clip from their pocket and have $1,000 on the outside. So it's just one of those things that people just love these when they see these notes. I've always had so many people just asking. It's just one of the most popular items in all paper money collecting, and for good reason. And they're notes that, like I said today, just $3,295. I usually get to this earlier, but I do have a comp here to show you. I went online and looked at one of the biggest other coin and collectibles companies out there. They have this note for $4,000 for same kind of quality we have here, $3,995. Here, just $3,295. And of course, we also have a two-pay option to make that easier for you. If you want to put one of these 1934 Federal Reserve $1,000 notes. I mean, how many people have a $1,000 note? And keep in mind, in the United States, unlike other countries, the United States has never demonetized any of its currency. So what that means is, when you go to countries in Europe, say if you got an old piece of paper money that's denominated in francs in France or pesos in Spain or something, you try and spend those notes today, they're worthless. You can't use them anymore. Once they went to the euro, you had to redeem those, and after a certain period, they become worthless. It's just a piece of paper. The United States has never and will never demonetize any of its money. So you could still spend this note today. I wouldn't recommend it. As a collectible, it's very rare. It's worth a lot more than $1,000. But this is still currency. This is still legal tender in the United States. This could be spent if you wanted. Like I said, I wouldn't. If this got into the banking system, the bank teller, they have to turn it back into the Fed and destroy it. So when these do turn up in estates once in a while, sure now most people know better, but they still, to this day, they still turn up, and every year more of these get destroyed by the federal government. So it's just such an interesting piece of our history. I started as a coin collector, but as I see more and more things, I've become somewhat of a paper money collector as well. I just have that collecting bug, and I just know a lot of coin collectors who, even if they don't really collect paper money, this is one of those things that just people love to add to their collection. So thanks so much for joining me here. Hope you're able to take advantage and add one of these notes to your collection today. It's not every day you see a $1,000 bill. So stay tuned with RCTV for more rare collectible coins.
From day one, I have lived by a real simple mission statement. It's a mission statement that I share with every employee who comes to work at Rare Collectibles TV. It's what we are all about. It's what our DNA is. It's real simple. It's that our service is providing the perfect coin for you. It's telling you, letting you know that we understand that coin collecting is a very personal experience and that we share your goal as fellow numismatic archaeologists to make the collecting experience as pleasurable and fun as possible for you. Thank you for these few minutes. I've got a collection of some really incredible United States coins, tremendous absolute rarity. In other words, these coins are rare in any condition. That takes me back to my roots, my earliest days as a collector when I was 10 years old. For those of you who are not familiar with this story, I mean, we've got a lot of viewers out there who I know have heard this story probably 10, 15 times, but we get a lot of new viewers every week. So this is for all you new folks. I was sitting at the kitchen table. This was in June. School had just ended, so I was in a great mood. I just got out of 4th grade. I was one of those kids that couldn't stand school. It was like prison for me. I did not like school at all. And here was June. I had the whole summer ahead of me. And I was supposed to, do my chores and cut the grass that day. And my dad walks into the kitchen. My first thought was, oh, am I in trouble for not cutting the grass? That was my first thought. But what he had this cardboard box. It was about, so big. It was about 4 inches by 3 inches by 2 inches. And there was something rattling around inside, and I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and he opens it up and dumps the contents out, and I see all these old coins, I thought they were foreign coins at first because I didn't recognize any of them. I look at the dates, and there's like 1907 and 1893, and there was a quarter that said 1901. And then I looked at all of them, and they all said United States of America. I thought, wow, these are old United States of America coins, and I actually kept one of those coins from that original group. It's a 1910 Liberty half, sometimes called the Barber half. That was from that original box. And so I got really interested. I thought this was just fascinating. It was a light bulb moment for me, folks. Either you have it in your blood or you don't. I thought this is so cool. These old United States coins, and I thought, all the hands that they must have passed through all those decades. And so the next day I got on my bicycle and I went downtown there in the town of Park Ridge, Illinois. It was about a mile away. And there's a little coin shop there, and I bought my first red book. And I got my red book, and I started learning about these coins, and I found out, for example, that I had a 1901 that had an O on the back, which meant it was struck in New Orleans. And I could see a 1901 O had a very low mintage. Only 1.6 examples were struck, 1.6 million examples were struck, and it was worth like $7 or $8 in the condition that it was in, which was like good condition. And compared to modern coins, that was a really, really low mintage. For example, last year they minted silver Washington quarters, 1964. At the Denver Mint, they struck over 700 million Washington quarters that year. In 1965, they struck 1.8 billion. And here you look at these early coins, this 1910 Barber half, folks. 1910 Barber half struck 418,000 coins. 418,000 coins. Now you look at all the Washington quarters that's been struck since 1932. The lowest mintage are the 1932D with a mintage of 436,000, and the 1932S with a mintage of 408,000. And yet you had some of these coins that had mintages similar to those and even lower. And that's when I really got the bug, and I started collecting these old coins. What I have today is a complete set of Barber half dollars or Liberty half dollars struck from 1892 to 1916 And then the series that followed the Liberty half dollars, the walking Liberty half dollar, struck from 1916 to 1947 in grades ranging from about good to extra fine condition. Now, what's really cool about this set, you can get the Liberty set or you can get the walking Liberty set. You can just pick one or you can get them both. I've got these sets at a great price, but when you see how rare these coins are, and at the prices I have these sets at, it's really a cool collector opportunity. Here I've got the mintages of all the half dollars struck in silver from 1892 to 1970. 1970 was the last year a half dollar was struck for commerce with any silver content in it. After 1970, beginning in 1971, any half dollar struck had 0 silver content in it. So 1970 was the last year of the silver half dollar. So I've got all the mintages, starting with the 67p Kennedy, 295 million. And you go down the 66p, 108 million. Get down to the bottom of the page. You're already down to 12 million, and there you have some of the walking Liberty half dollars there with a mintage of around 12 million. So you're already getting to some lower mintages when you compare them to the modern mintages of coins today, folks, when they strike these coins in the hundreds of millions. And here we go down to the page. You got a 1917p with 12 million. You get down to the bottom of that second page, 53S, a really tough date. Famous date in the Franklin series, only 4 million. Now we get to some coins that I've highlighted. The walking Liberty halves are highlighted in purple. And then the Liberty head, or Barber half coins, are highlighted in red. You start to see a lot more of these early Barber half or Liberty head half dollars with mintages of 3 million, 2 million, 2.2 million, 2.1 million for that walker at the bottom of the page. And there you have the rarest Kennedy, the 1970D, mintage of only 2.15 million. That was only issued in mint sets. Rarest Kennedy by far. And that coin I remember in an early red book in 1973, even back then that coin was valued at around $20 because of its low mintage. But then we get to the bottom of the page and we're getting to coins with mintages of just over 1 million. And remember, these coins were struck for commerce. Almost all of them went into circulation. And here, look at all these coins, many with mintages well under 1 million coins. And you get to the bottom there, you've got mintages of 300,000, 250,000, less than 200,000. And they're all in these two sets you see today. You take some other rarities from this era. 1893S Morgan dollar, 1889 CC Morgan dollar, got the 79 CC Morgan dollar. And then you've got the extremely rare 1916P Standing Liberty quarter, only 52,000 struck, but the 93S 100,000 struck, 89 CC 350,000 struck. And you see how many PCGS is certified in all grades. These are coins with tremendous absolute rarity. In other words, they're rare in any condition. You go on eBay, and there's pages and pages of these. Here's one, XF Details cleaned. It's $7,500. Here's one in AU58. It's $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. There's a 93S almost uncirculated 58, $80,000. But even examples heavily circulated, like here's one in fine condition, $3,900. There's one cleaned, fine condition, $3,900. VG8, $3,900. VF Details means, again, it's been cleaned, it's damaged, it's still $3,600. There's a 1916P, VG8 condition. You could barely see the date, okay? It's $4,300. You look at some of the rarer coins in these two albums and compare it to the PCGS populations. You got those, those Morgan dollars that I was talking about, 93S, 89cc, 16p Standing Liberty quarter, how few have been certified by PCGS. Well, you have the walkers. One of the most common dates is the 46D. They've graded over 21,000. We have those very rare dates with tremendous absolute rarity at the top there, those Morgan dollars, that Standing Liberty quarter. Then I've taken one of the most common walking Liberty halves, the 46D, and you can see they've graded over 21,000. 38D is low mintage, but it was heavily hoarded because people knew it was a low mintage piece, and so they've graded over 6,000 of those. But then look at the drop. You got a 21D and 21S and a 21P with only a couple thousand certified. When you find one of these circulated examples, uncirculated examples, these would be tens of thousands of dollars, folks. But even circulated examples, well worn. There's a 21P for $1,250. Here's a 21D that's been cleaned. It's over $1,600. Here's a 21S, heavily circulated. That's over $3,000. You see the low mintage, how few have been certified in all those grades, just a couple thousand coins. And you got the 92P Liberty Head there at the bottom, the first year of issue of the Liberty Head series, only 1,600 certified. And we're not even close to being done showing you the rarity of these coins, because the next page, folks, they get even rarer. Again, these are in descending order. You got the 14P, mintage of only 124,000 coins, only 1,400 certified in all grades. You got a couple more walkers there in purple. Only 1,155 for the 1917 S. Avars. 1919P, only 1,100 coins. But then you've got these rarities here with only 800, 700. Fewer than 500 coins certified in all grades. Take a look at some of these Liberty half dollars that we have in these albums for you. These are complete sets, every date and mint mark. They're superb hand-selected specimens. Every date and mint mark in the Liberty half dollar series. There's 73 different dates and mint marks. You have every single one of them, hand-selected, folks. Here's a 92P, over $200. Here's a 92O, over $400. Here's another 92O, over $500, just for those two coins. 92S, this is a very heavily worn 92S. You won't get a coin like this. You won't get a coin this heavily worn, and it's still over $200. I mean, you could barely make the date out. You won't get anything that worn, folks. You go to the next date, 93s. Here's a 93S. Again, this one is pretty heavily worn, over $200. A 94S, $450. Go to a 97O. Again, this is, you won't get a coin this worn. This is very heavily worn. It's still $249. Here's one in slightly better condition, $430. Here's a 97S. It is so pitted, it's still $299. Here's an 01S, similar to the quality you see in the albums we have, $500 just for the one coin. 02S, serious rim mark. You won't get a damaged coin like that. That's a damaged coin. It's still $200. Because again, these are rare in any condition. The mintages are so low on these coins. You're talking about a few 100,000 struck for many of these dates, folks. 090, $480. 1913, here you have a lower mintage coin, but you can tell from the picture it's been heavily cleaned. It looks like it was rubbed with a Brillo pad. It's still $250. 1914, $250. Finally, here's a 1915, but again, this is a coin that looks like it's been badly cleaned, $285. So even if you figure these coins in the Liberty half set, the 73 coins at $200 a coin, that comes to over $14,000. I've got the entire set, all 73 dates and mint marks from 1892 to 1915. Many of these are low mintages, folks, under 1 million coins struck. Many under 200,000 coins struck. You take a look at these, folks. The entire set is not $14,000 or $9,500. I've got the entire collection. I have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 10 sets. It's a lot of work putting one of these sets together. They are extremely rare to put together in problem-free condition, really low mintage, tremendous absolute rarity, only $3,950 for the entire set. You take a look at these beautiful, beautiful problem-free examples, and that's the key to these, because so many of these have been damaged, poorly handled, cleaned, And these are just all really choice circulated examples, problem-free coins where you can see the dates, you can see the mint marks, no heavy gouges, no heavy rim dings or anything like that. Just beautiful, beautiful Liberty half dollars, average grade, good to very good condition. There you can see the reverse of that coin. You notice below the eagle's tail feather there, you see that O? That's a New Orleans mint. That's where the mint mark is on these coins. That coin was struck in New Orleans. Now let's get to the Walking Liberty half dollar series. First struck in 1916, folks. Now, most of the time, these early Walking Liberty half dollars are so heavily circulated, you can't even see the dates. There's no rims, you can't see the date. Again, these coins weren't saved. This was back, folks, in the early 1900s. There weren't collectors back then putting these away. I mean, a half dollar was a lot of money back then. Nobody could afford to put a half dollar away. I mean, that was a couple hours worth of wages for most people. You can't even see the dates on these. And then you find others that have been cleaned or polished to such a high degree. Here, let me show this one. And then you find others that are damaged. Somebody carves their initials into this coin. I mean, you know. Take a look at this set. Every date and mint mark, 1916P, 1916D with the mint mark on the obverse. And this is really fascinating. You notice the small d below, "In God We Trust." The mint mark is on the obverse on those first years there. The next coin, the 1916S, mint mark on the obverse. Then you get to the next year, 1917. You have the 1917P, then you have the 1917D with the mint mark on the obverse. They only struck 765,000 examples with the mint mark on the obverse. But you also have the 1917D with the mint mark on the reverse. And it's the same for the 1917S. You're getting a one with the mint mark on the obverse where they only struck 952,000 examples. But then you have the 1917S mint mark on the reverse on all the Walking Liberty have struck. You see the tiny little mint mark there, folks, at about 1 o'clock by the rim or 1:30 by the rim. That's the San Francisco mint mark. And then the next date right after it is struck in Philadelphia. There's no mint mark there, the 20P. You've got the 1908 P, D, and S, 1919 P, D, and S. Folks, these are mintages 1919 P, 962,000. 1919 D, 1.1 million. But then we get to the next page, the 1921 P, D, and S. 1921, 246,000 coins originally struck. 1921 P. 1921D, 208,000 struck. And again, most of those went into circulation. Very few survived in any condition. Tremendous, tremendous, absolute rarity. This is why they go for thousands of dollars in any condition. Then you see the 21P, D, and S in this set. Those three coins alone, I showed you comps of those three coins alone, went for combined over $5,000. And we flip to the last few pages here. We get to the later dates. You're going to get some higher grade examples that are fine, very fine condition, extra fine condition. You look at these pieces, very lightly circulated here on some of these later dates. We get to the last page, the entire set, all 65 coins, folks, exceptional condition. Last year of this series, the 1947 P and D at the very bottom. The entire set, $2,495 for all 65 coins. So here is the complete set, 65 coins, all for only $2,495 for the entire 65 coin set, including those key dates, the 21P, D, and S, all with mintage, the 21P and D with mintages of 246,000 and 208,000. And each of these sets are available on the 2-payment option. This Walking Liberty half set, put half down today of $1,247.50, and we'll put one of these aside for you. The balance in 30 days of the same amount. The early 1892 to 1915 Liberty Barber half set, half down today of $1,975, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. This is a very difficult set to put together. We have fewer than 10 sets of the Liberty Barber half set, balance in 30 days of $1,975. But I'm not done yet, folks. If you add those 2 sets up, that comes to $6,445. You get both sets. You save $450. You can own both sets for only $5,995. That's $43.44 a coin. This is one of the best values in terms of getting half dollars with tremendous absolute rarity for only $43.44 a coin. It, of course, is also available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today, and I would really recommend this if you can swing it because of the difficulty of that earlier set. The set from 1892 to 1915 is so rare to find with all these coins in superb, problem-free condition. The entire 138 coin collection, folks, $5,995. Half down today. If you can just swing half down today of $2,997.50, we'll put one of these collections aside for you. Every half dollar struck from 1892 to 1947, all 138 coins. Among the most underrated, undervalued coins in all of United States coinage, these very, very low mintage, early half dollars from a different era, folks. This turn-of-the-century collection, all these half dollars struck from 1892 through 1947 can be yours. Taken a lot of work putting these together. Look at these beautiful, beautiful pieces. Problem-free for $43.44 a coin. Needless to say, these collections will come in the albums you see here. These are really high-quality albums. Each set will be in these high-quality albums. Every coin will be in there. They'll all be put in order. Everything's going to be there for you, the entire collection. From 1892 to 1915, that 73-coin collection. Every coin in the Walking Liberty half set will be there, including the 1916 D&S with the obverse mint mark, and the 1917 D&S with both the obverse and reverse mint marks. Again, many of these coins, mintages under $1 million. Many of these coins, only a few hundred certified by PCGS in all grades. I mean, these sets, folks, in uncirculated condition, these sets would be over $100,000. I mean, individual coins in MS-65 condition in some of these sets have gone for over $100,000 for individual coins. But these sets are still highly desirable in the condition you see them in. They have tremendous absolute rarity. A great, great set. If you want to put together something for you, for your kids, where you can just get some really rare American coins at a great price point, this is the set to do it in, these half dollars. Beautiful, really low mintage half dollars. They are so much rarer, for example, than the Morgan and Peace dollars to find in this condition. And they're just such a great, great value. Again, the entire 138 coin collection, $5,995. It's available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today, $2,997.50, and we'll put a 138 coin collection aside for you. These coins from the 1890s and early 1900s are just really rare in any condition. Very few survivors. Half down today, $2,997.50, balance in 30 days. And you will own one of the greatest collections from this turn of the century in the United States coinage that you could hope to own. A really tremendous, tremendous numismatic value and a lot of fun on top of it, folks. It's just a great, great fun set. Brings me back to my roots. I'm finally happy to be able to offer this once again. It's been a long time in the making. Thank you for watching. I have a great rare gold coin for you today, folks. This is a coin that really should not exist in the condition I have it. It's a spectacular specimen. These coins were struck in 1894, and they really should not exist in the condition I have them in. It's the 1894p Liberty Double Eagle. I'd like you to take a look at these, folks. We have over 100 examples we acquired. And the story behind these coins is compelling. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. A gold double eagle. Now, why do they call it the gold double eagle? Because the U.S. Mint has struck gold in various denominations, different size coins that have been struck since the late 1700s. Beginning with the coin on the far left is a $1 gold piece. That's a very small coin, folks. It's much smaller than a dime. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece, which is about the size of a dime. Then there's a $3 gold piece, a $4 gold piece called the Stella, and then a $5 gold piece, which is about the size of a nickel. And that's called the half eagle. It has just about a quarter ounce of gold. And then right after that comes the $10 gold piece with almost a half ounce of gold. And that was referred to as the eagle because up until 1850, that was the largest gold coin struck by the mint. And so it was referred to as the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And with this abundance of gold, our country was able to produce an even larger gold coin. And the larger gold coin would be of tremendous benefit to our banking system. And so this larger gold coin was made double the size of the eagle with nearly a full ounce of gold. And so it was called the double eagle. Now, these pieces in particular, folks, this date, really should not exist in the condition I have it in. Most importantly, now is the perfect time to acquire one of these gold double eagles. Never in the history of numismatics has there been such a great buying opportunity as we have today. And that was highlighted in an article that came out, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And I've been telling our viewers, talking about this for the last several years, a couple of years before this article even came out. But the title of it is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? And there's a sentence in here which is basically the essence of the story. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." And again, this is what I've been telling our viewers now for many years. But what they mean by that, to give you a personal example, I remember it was 15 or 20 years ago. I was buying and selling gold coins. I remember I had gold double eagle, and it was a common date. It was in mint state condition, and gold was around $350 to $400 an ounce. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500. In other words, I sold it to a dealer for about 10 times the gold value because of the rare numismatic value of the coin. And it was a common date Liberty Gold Double Eagle. It wasn't a 94p. It was a more common issue. So it went for about 10 times the gold value. And that's what the premium was for gold, rare gold coins back then. Now we're in a time when gold's around $1,900, $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value, folks, would be $19,000, $20,000. Now, when I say these coins should not exist, what am I talking about? Well, these coins were really the result of the Great Depression that hit our country in the late 1920s. In 1933 alone, there were an estimated 4,000 bank failures. The economic devastation throughout our country was unlike anything we'd ever experienced before. Now, 4,000 bank failures, folks. Think of how many millions of citizens were completely wiped out because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. So if you had your life savings in the bank, which you spent 20, 30 years accumulating, and imagine going to the bank the next day and the bank's shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out. So a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began to pull their money out of the bank, and with the paper money, because again, this was during the Great Depression. I mean, paper money, you know, with our government in such economic distress, who knows what that paper money would be worth, you know, next week or a year from now. So with that paper money, what they did was buy gold coins. They began to buy gold coins because gold, throughout human history, you go back to Egyptian times, gold has always had value in every culture the world over. Now, this created additional stress on our banking system. So then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102 in early 1933. Executive Order 6102 made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. If you had over $100 worth of gold, you had to turn it into the Treasury and get paper money back in exchange. You had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And again, it was enforced. Now, again, gold is the only thing you can count on. So what to do? What a lot of people did was buy the gold coins while it was still legal to own them before that deadline, and they proceeded to ship these gold coins in bags to these European banks where they've been in the vaults since the 1930s. These banks in Europe had bags and bags and bags of United States gold coins in their vaults. Now, most of the gold double eagles that were stored in the Great European Bank Hoard were the more recent years, understandably. Gold double eagles struck in the 1920s and early 1900s. You rarely see anything coming out of the Great European Bank Hoard pre-1900, like this 1894p. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, folks, we have this chart here. This is a sample of some of the double eagles we have sold over the last several years on our show. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common date is the 1924p. There have been about 644,000 certified by NGC and PCGS. 97,000 of those have been MS62 and 87,000 have been MS65s. You go down the list and you get to rarer and rarer dates. You've got the 1926p there, only 50,000 examples certified. That's a very, very scarce coin. Now, in the Liberty Double Eagle series, by far, the majority of Liberty Double Eagles, when you find them in mint state condition, were issued in the 1900s. You see the 1904p there and the 1900p, which accounts for almost half of all the Liberty Double Eagles in existence in uncirculated condition. Once you get into the 1890s, like you see there, at the very bottom is the 1894p. Only 28,700 certified, only 11,794 in MS62 condition, with the condition we have these coins in today. Now here's a chart, folks, I'd like you to take a look at. It has the total population of all the Liberty Double Eagles and St. Gaudens Double Eagles certified in uncirculated condition, MS60 to 69 grade. Well, what do we mean by MS60 to 69? Well, coins are graded on a 70-point Sheldon grading scale that goes from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 70 represents perfection. Coins from this era do not exist in 70. Liberty Double Eagles do not exist in MS69. You look at the entire Liberty Double Eagles series, folks, only 1.2% of the entire mintage has been certified in uncirculated condition. And again, About half of those are just the dates, the 1904P and the 100P. Those two dates alone comprise almost half the entire surviving population. The 1894P, a handful of survivors in uncirculated condition. Now, in the Sheldon grading scale, a 60 is a coin that's never been in circulation. It doesn't really have any wear on the surfaces. Now, it'll have a lot of bag marks. Again, remember, these coins were struck for commerce, folks. They were struck from commerce. The Liberty Double Eagle is a large, heavy coin. It's a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but it's 25% heavier. They're large, heavy coins. So if you can imagine one of these coins being struck, being ejected into the bin, the next coin being struck, ejected, falling on top of that. From there, they go through coin counting machines and they're dumped into these bags. They end up typically with a lot of heavy bag marks. And here's a Liberty Double Eagle dated 1903. Notice the deep cut along the jaw there. This coin is not even gradable, folks, because that cut, that gouge is so deep it would be considered a damaged coin. But this is what you would expect just from the process of minting these coins, minting these Double Eagles. Here's another date, the last year of the series, in 1907. And look at the serious scuff over Liberty's cheek there. If it is gradable, it would probably be an MS-60. The highest grade any Liberty Double Eagle has ever received is an MS-67. Now, the 1894P, again, is a rare date, graded MS-62. That's an extremely high grade for an 1894P. If you go to the Smithsonian and look at their coin collection, they have the greatest collection of United States rare coins in the world. The 1894P in the Smithsonian is an MS-62. The exact same grade as the coins we have today. These are the finer examples that came out of the bags from the great European bank hoard. Now, this particular coin is encapsulated by NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. We also deal with another grading service, PCGS, Professional Coin Grading Service. NGC and PCGS are the leading grading services in not just the US, but the world. And these holders are tamper-proof. The NGC holders are actually airtight. They're sealed. And it's your guarantee of the quality of the coin in the holder. Now, to give you an idea of what Liberty Gold Double Eagles can sell for, when you get to some of the rare dates, some of the rarest dates in this series, here are some examples that are circulated, folks. They're not uncirculated, they're circulated. And they sell for hundreds of thousands, they can even sell in the millions of dollars. Here's an 1854O. AU58 means it's almost uncirculated. It was in circulation for maybe a month, and it's $834,000. Here's one, AU55, a little lower grade, that's sold in auction for over $600,000. There's a 56O, AU58, circulated, $460,000 in auction. There's an 1866S, again, circulated, almost $150,000, sold for in auction. Here's an 1870CC, over $400,000 in auction. And those are some of the rare dates. But even the most common date, now I couldn't find any comparables for the 1894P in MS-62 condition, okay? And I mean, it's a really, you just don't see these, folks. This is not a coin you can go to your local coin shop or a local coin show and expect to find an 1894P in uncirculated condition. They're just not out there. I could find comparables, though, for the 1904P. Again, the 1904P is the most common Liberty Double Eagle in mint-state condition. By far, I mean, it's about 20 times easier to locate than an 1894P. And here's a 1904P in MS-62. MS, same exact grade as the 94Ps we have here today, $4,200. Here's another one, an MS-62, $4,200. And these are dealers with 100% positive feedback. Here's one for $5,400. Here's one for $7,000. I think that's on the very high end of the spectrum, but you get an idea of what the premiums can go for. And again, the 04P is by far the most common Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition. We've got these 1894Ps, folks. MS62. This is a superior grade. There are so few examples that have survived in uncirculated condition. Now, this is the best part of all. Recall at the beginning of the presentation, I talked about how the most common date gold double eagles were selling for 10 times their gold value. Again, gold is around $1,900, $2,000 an ounce today. That translates to 10 times that value. It comes to around $20,000. This is an example. I've got this scale here, Liberty and St. Gaudens Double Eagle condition rarity chart, where you have the most common date in the lowest mint state grades, like a 1904P, maybe an MS60 condition selling for about $2,000. And then you have the coins that are over $1 million. This 1894P, you've got a coin that's over here on the rarity scale, okay? It's a tough, tough coin. Pre-1900 in mint state 62 condition. But on the price spectrum, folks, take a look at one of these. If we had these for $4,900, it'd be a really fair price. You could go maybe find one at a coin show, and they might have it for $4,900 if you're able to find one. You take a look at these. How does a coin this old survive with so few marks? This is exceptional quality. Again, it matches the Smithsonian specimen, MS62, mint state 62 condition. Among the finer examples from a small group of bags that came out of the great European bank hoard. $3,900 would be an exceptional price. $34.95 would be a buy it now price. But it would not be based on our cost. Our policy, the key to our success from day one, is to offer coins based on our costs, not on what the market will bear. That means when we get some good fortune coming our way, we're able to acquire a group of coins at a great, great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. And so we don't have these at $34.95. That would be an excellent price. We could offer them at $34.95 and we'd sell them, but it wouldn't be our best price. This is the part of the show I really love. Folks, call in now. Please call in now. Get an 1894P while we have them in mid-state 62, $2,995. You heard me correctly, $2,995 for an 1894P. I mean, if it were a 1904P, that would be a really good price. But it's an 1894P mint state 62 Smithsonian quality, and if you can't swing the whole entire $29.95 today, we have a two-payment option. We want everyone who could possibly afford one of these coins, call in now because we have a two-payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $1,497.50, and we will hold one of these coins for you. And that is so important. I can't tell you how many times we've had a rarity like this, and we get somebody calling in a week later to order one, and we have to tell them, I'm sorry, but we're sold out. This is one of those coins. So if you can put half down today, we'll hold one of these with your name on it, put it in our vault, and you pay the balance in 30 days. That's all it takes. And you'll get one of the best gold values in all of U.S. numismatics, folks. Again, this is the 1894P. I got one last chart to show you. They only struck about 1.3 million of these, all right? 1.3 million. The number certified in MS62, less than 12,000. That's less than 1% of the original mintage. That's less than 1%. Not only that, folks, but when the U.S. government recalled all that gold, when all those U.S. citizens had to turn their gold in to the mint, to the Treasury, what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins? They melted them back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the double eagles struck were melted back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. 39%. That's over 50 million double eagles. So the 1894P is rare in any condition. But to get it in uncirculated, Mint State 62 Smithsonian quality at this historically low premium. Again, there was a time when a rare coin like this would have gone for 10 times the bullion value, when gold was $300 to $400 an ounce. And here today we have gold hovering around $1,900, $2,000 an ounce. But it's not $20,000 for this coin, folks. It's not even $10,000 or $5,000. It's $29.95. $29.95. We have the 2-payment option. Please call in now. We have a limited quantity of the 1894Ps. This is not a date we can oversell, folks. This is the first time I've ever had this quantity of the 1894P in Mint State 62 condition. It truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a classic, folks. Classic, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint in Smithsonian quality Mint State 62 for only $29.95. Thank you for watching, but please stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up.
Coming up next, you will see an actual original mint-sealed bag of 1964 Kennedy half dollars opened for the first time ever. This bag of 1964 Mint State Kennedys has been sealed for 56 years and has been authenticated and designated by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation as first day of issue. This is truly a numismatic historical event that has never previously occurred. Stay tuned to learn more.
Welcome, collectors. This next presentation is the most important coin that I have ever had the privilege to offer. This is amazing, historic. This is one of those instances where history and numismatics converge to exemplify one of the greatest issues the U.S. Mint has ever struck. The coin that I'm talking about is the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. I became a coin collector because of the Kennedy half dollar. The very first coin, I mean, the Kennedy half dollar has such a place near and dear in my heart because it was the first coin that I ever collected. I was given a Kennedy half dollar in 1964. I was about 7 years old. And it started me on a lifetime pursuit of coin collecting, so it means a lot to me. And the Kennedy half dollar that we have today is historic. In fact, it's probably the most historic half dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. That's a bold statement because the U.S. Mint has been striking a half dollar since 1794. And the Kennedy half dollar has a place in history unlike any other coin. Now, needless to say, the assassination of President Kennedy on November 22nd of 1963 set the wheels in motion for the production of a memorial to the fallen president. And John F. Kennedy was beloved by the entire country for various reasons that I'll get into in a little while. But I want to give you a bit of a backdrop, a bit of history of the significance of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. As I said, in November of 1963, November 22nd, I was in elementary school at the time. I was in the first grade. I remember it like it was just yesterday. It's one of the memories of my childhood that I have never forgotten. It stuck with me to this day. I was at elementary school, and I happened to be outside of the classroom. And I believe I was going for a drink. I remember the drinking fountain right there, and I saw one of the teachers in the yard, moving rather hurriedly to get back into the building, and she was crying. And I looked at her, and she said to me in tears, "The president has been assassinated." I was a little kid, but it struck me as something very, very serious. And they let us out of school. And I can vividly remember coming home and seeing my mother in front of our TV set weeping, crying uncontrollably. And I remember Walter Cronkite on the TV, and back then we had a black and white TV. And I remember the seriousness of the situation. And I remember Walter Cronkite telling the nation that President Kennedy had been assassinated.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
It was one of the tragic events of the TV era. It was one of the first times that you ever saw an event almost unfold as it was happening. And the Mint hurriedly decided that they were going to issue a coin to honor the fallen president. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I want you to take a look, because what we have here, folks, is an amazing historic opportunity to own a Kennedy half dollar, a 1964 Kennedy half dollar. Now, one of the most significant parts of this presentation is the label on that coin. 1964, first date of issue, brilliant uncirculated, from what is known as the Discovery bag. And as unbelievable as this seems, this is historic, and I want you to pay really close attention, because the history and the trail, the pedigree of this coin is absolutely amazing. So Kennedy was so beloved in our country because, if you recall, when he was inaugurated in 1961, Kennedy stood before the world and uttered those famous words, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And that was one of the greatest speeches ever given. So he was known for that. He was also known for standing up to communism. And I think he was known greatly by almost everybody as the president who pushed this nation to land a man on the moon, which in fact we did just 6 short years after he was assassinated. It was a monumental event. And the Kennedy half dollar is beloved by coin collectors everywhere. Now, the greatest part about this bag, because this is a mint-sewn original bag that all of these coins came from. There are only 2,000 of these coins that exist. That is all. And before me, I have some of the greatest historic material that all pertains to the Kennedy half dollar. Now, let me just get right to it. For all the world, March 24th of 1964 was the official launch date by the United States Treasury of the Kennedy half dollar. That was the day, in a ceremony, the Mint director, Eva Adams, began the production. Now, this has such a connection because I will tell you right off the bat, I have been chasing this bag of Kennedy half dollars for nearly a couple of decades. I had heard about it. I was totally flabbergasted when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV purchased an original mint-sewn bag of Kennedy half dollars. Now, I want to show you something that I found that pertains to the very first Kennedy half dollars, or what was originally thought to be the very first Kennedy half dollars. So I found this letter that was written to one of the trade publications, and the question was asked, wasn't there a 1964 Kennedy half dollar that sold for $18,000? And here was the reply. Yes, it was a remarkable sum for just 5 years old. This happened in 1969. The coin was glued to the outside of an envelope, postmarked March 24th, 1964. First day of issue. It sold for $18,000 at an auction. A gentleman by the name of John Marquardt bought this coin. And after the sale, he remarked that he would have gone as high as $30,000 to get one of these Kennedy half dollars from the first day of issue. And he paid $18,000 in 1969. This is an unbelievable story. This is what movies are written. I mean, you could write a movie about this. So, when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV had purchased what could be a first day of issue bag of 2,000 Kennedy half dollars, you know what I said? I said, oh, I don't think so. Because I know the owner of that bag, and I've been trying to buy it for 15 years. And I called my buddy up, and I asked him, do you still own that Kennedy half dollar bag? He said, no. I almost fell over, because in fact, we owned it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I remember about 15 years ago when I had heard about this bag. I heard that there was a newspaper that had a headline and a picture. And the headline was all about the very first Kennedy half dollars, which were issued by the U.S. Mint on March 24th. And how this gentleman had ended up with these very, very special coins. So when this bag came into play, and I saw the original bag and the notation of its date as being even earlier than March 24th. In fact, this was March 19th of 1964. I almost fell right over. And this had been the dream come true in Kennedy half dollars. Right in front of me here, I have something that I found on the archive of the United States Mint. And what it is a letter that was written by two people, Gilroy Roberts, who was the designer of the obverse of the Kennedy half dollar, and Frank Gasparo, two Mint employees. Frank Gasparo designed the reverse, And I have a letter from each of them that talks about the production of this coin, and I'm going to show you the highlights. It says in here that a mere 5 days after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, on November 27th, the Treasury reached out to the Mint to alert them that a new Kennedy $50 would be issued and to get to work on the designs. This is November 27th of 1963. The mourning period for the president was still going on. It was known as 4 dark days in history, when the whole world stopped and we watched the unforgettable images of John F. Kennedy's funeral and of John saluting, and the historic images that are emblazoned in all our minds. So we sent the bag to NGC for verification. And the chairman of NGC, Mark Salzberg, and the president, Rick Montgomery, got really excited that they had the opportunity to open up for the world to see, because this was one of the first time ever that the opening of this bag video was made of.
So we're here today opening what is thought to be an original bag of 1964 Kennedy $50. I've never seen an original unopened bag of Kennedy's, so we're hoping that what we have contained in here is truly an unopened bag. So it came in this container, which I'm going to attempt to open here. And we have a canvas bag, and within this canvas bag we have a really interesting tag, Kennedy Has, March 19th, 1964. So this would be upon release, and it's sealed. Looks like it's a mint sealed bag from probably a bank. And the tag also reads Pasadena, California, Heller and Company. First JFK bag. So interesting that we're getting this right now, because JFKs have become increasingly popular due to Rick Tamaska's book on Kennedy's, and he's had a great influence on Franklin's as well. So I think we'll go ahead and open this and see what we have in here. It's very exciting. We should have a drum roll. Okay, we got one shot at this. We should take a look at the seal and the fact that it is, we have this Kennedy Halves 1964, March 19th. Looks very official, and it looks authentic to me. So let's go ahead and open this. Okay, so we have that removed. The moment of truth. I wonder if this is sealed. Ah, it is sealed. So now we have to cut through this. That even more authenticates it, because this is how mint sealed bags came from in the 60s. So now we'll have to cut through this. I'm going to try to preserve this bag. Okay, so we can reach in here now. And here we go. And they are, in fact, 1964 Kennedys. And they are uncirculated. Some of them look really nice. Even from original bags, you have some coins that are marked up and a variety of quality. And there you have it.
Now, we were all shocked when the canister was opened up, the bag was taken out, and the date on the bag was March 19th of 1964. So undoubtedly, this was the first day of issue Kennedy half-dollar. We have these coins. Now, there are only 2,000 of these coins. There will never be any more. A bag contains 2,000 half-dollars. We have certified by NGC as first day of issue, known as the Discovery Bag, 1964 Kennedy half-dollars. And we are offering these first day of issue Kennedy half-dollars for only, and I say only, $395. Think of somebody in 1969 purchasing one of these coins that's glued to an envelope with a postal stamp on it from March 24th of 1964. Think of somebody paying $18,000 for that coin. And then think of these, actually issued a few days before. These are priceless. So we're offering each one of these for only $395. This is more than a piece of history. This is rarely ever happening in today's world. To be able to connect to that original time and get what could be the earliest recognized right here. Brilliant uncirculated from the Discovery Bag. So it was the First Lady, Jackie Kennedy, who actually approved the original designs of the Kennedy half-dollar. But more than that, she selected the size that forever the portrait of Kennedy and the presidential seal on the reverse, forever it would be immortalized. And the coin that she selected was the half-dollar. There was talk at the time of the Washington quarter or the Lincoln penny, but every one of the other coins but the Franklin half-dollar had a president. Now, since Franklin wasn't one of our presidents, even though he was one of our most beloved forefathers, Jackie Kennedy pointed out he's still going to remain on the $100 bill, but let's not remove a president off one of the coins. Let's remove Ben Franklin and place John F. Kennedy on the half-dollar. And this was a big deal because the Franklin half-dollar hadn't run its course where you could change the design without an act of Congress, and that's exactly what happened. So let me read to you from the letter of Frank Gasparo. And here's what Frank says. And this was written on April the 29th of 1964. And what these are the recollections of Gilroy Roberts in the letter and Frank Gasparo. Shortly after President Kennedy's death, plans were being made to create a lasting and significant memorial to his memory. After careful consideration and various suggestions made throughout the nation, the final decision was made by Congress to make a coin with the late president's portrait on the obverse and an appropriate design on the reverse. And the Mint received word from the Bureau, the Treasury, that President Kennedy's portrait on the U.S. Mint Presidential Inaugural Medal would be used. Now, Gilroy Roberts had already done the presidential medal, so the design was already created. And the presidential seal would be incorporated, as it had been personally selected by the late president to be used for the reverse of his inaugural medal. And time was very limited, but on November 28th of 1963, Frank Gasparo and Gilroy Roberts received official word from Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, to prepare the models for the Kennedy half-dollar. Now, interestingly enough, in March of 1964, March 24th, 70,000 people lined up outside the Treasury offices in Washington, D.C. And they were there to receive the Kennedy half dollars on the first day that they were being issued. And there was a limit of 40 coins per person, 70,000 people. All the coins were gone before the end of the day, and the mint had to stop because there were no coins left. But yet, there were still thousands of people in line. Original plans for the Kennedy half dollar were 91 million coins. 91 million coins. The largest single issue for a half dollar ever. But that simply was not enough. Not too long after, that initial figure of 91 million coins was adjusted up to 141 million coins. And still, you couldn't find a Kennedy half dollar because they were put away as a memento, a keepsake, if you will, of the memory of John F. Kennedy. A president that the entire nation was grieving, no matter what your political affiliation. So when you look here, Gilroy Roberts is giving his recollections of the designing of the Kennedy half dollar. And this is also on the 29th day of April of 1964, where he says that shortly after the tragedy of President Kennedy's death, November 22nd, 1963, Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, telephoned me here at the Philadelphia Mint and explained that serious consideration was being given to replacing President Kennedy's portrait on a new U.S. coin. And obviously that became the Kennedy half dollar. Now, eventually, the demand for this coin was so great that the Mint continued striking this coin into the next year, 1965, with a 1964 date. Ultimately, over 453 million Kennedy half dollars bearing the date of 1964 were issued. And you still could barely find a coin anywhere because as soon as they would hit the banks, they would be put aside by everybody, not just collectors, but everybody. Now you saw the bag being opened up at NGC by Mark Salzberg. And you could see that the bag is dated clearly March 19th of 1964. And so it definitely deserves the labeling as first day of issue, Discovery Bag. Did you also notice that the bag was mint sewn? It had never been opened up until that moment. And inside that bag were 2,000 Kennedy half dollars that could be attributed to the very first day of issue. Now, we're offering these coins in brilliant uncirculated condition because they're from a mint state bag, a bag that had never been opened up until we had sent this bag to NGC for verification, to confirm that it was in fact what it was purported to be. And it was. For $395, these are the only Kennedy half dollars of their kind. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's the total population. The most significant half dollar could very well be the Kennedy half dollar because of its, well, it's known by every collector. It's collected. I'm certain, am not the only coin collector as a 7-year-old who started collecting coins with the Kennedy half dollar. Because as it happened to be, 1964 was the issuing Kennedy half dollar. And to be a collector at that time, you didn't know you were a collector, but you became one with holding that Kennedy half dollar in your hand and remembering the events of that day, seared into your memory, even though you were such a little kid. So 91 million coins were planned. It didn't work out that way. The coin was so sought after that 91 million went to 141 million, and that went to 453 million. But of those hundreds of millions of coins, ladies and gentlemen, these right here are first day of issue, March 19th of 1964. These could very well be the earliest known, because up until these, the earliest known were March 24th of 1964. So that is a great historical fact, but it's also a rarity that will never be equaled. These 2,000 coins from this mint sealed bag, once they are gone, there will never be another. These will live on. The labeling alone is first day of issue from a discovery bag. Literally at NGC, opening up the bucket, the tin bucket that contained the bag, and cutting the seal, and showing these coins, 2,000 first day of issue Kennedy half dollars, one of the most collected coins in all the world. Think about the millions and millions of Kennedy half dollar collectors and some of the most special coins that have ever been issued. This coin is undoubtedly the centerpiece of any Kennedy half dollar collection, because it goes right back to the very beginning. And these letters, which you will get a great opportunity to read in their entirety, talks about the approval process by Mrs. Kennedy, her selecting the half dollar in favor of all the other coins because she dared not remove a president, thinking about the president's place in history, to occupy his place next to the other presidents. And that portrait of Kennedy and that reverse of the great presidential seal have gone down in history. That design has never changed. And today, the Kennedy half dollar is one of the most collected coins in all the world. And that's why I say the opportunity for only $395 to own a first day of issue Kennedy half dollar. And ironically enough, when I first heard about this bag, as I had mentioned, I knew a thing or two about it, because I will tell you, I had been chasing this bag for 15 years. You know, when I was younger, I used to go to coin shows. I traveled all around the country, and I'd go to every major coin show. And it was there that I learned really about the fraternity of coin collecting, whether you're a collector or a dealer, and how at the end of the day we would sit around and we would talk about war stories about coins. And I once owned one of these, and great coins that we had possessed. And talk came around at that time about the existence of one of the earliest known bags, mint sealed, of Kennedy half dollar. And one guy would say, oh, I know somebody who owns the very earliest Kennedy half dollar bag. And yeah, we'd all be like, sure you do. You know, everybody, you know, I got the first of this and the first of that. This is first day of issue. So for me, to remember that day in 1963, and I remember the 4 dark days in history, the mourning period, the funeral, the dignitaries coming from all over the world, and back then, everything was in black and white. And the somberness of the occasion was driven home by those black and white, depressing images. So it really stuck. That's how I became a coin collector, by receiving one of those Kennedy half dollars in 1964. But little would I ever dream that later on in life I would be able to be in the presence of first day of issue Kennedy half dollars. And I know collectors out there, all of us, who at the time when this happened, we were all little kids. To be able to go back in time now and own one of the first ones, first day of issue, is a huge deal. If you don't get one now of the 2000, I don't know you'll ever get one, because I cannot think of a single Kennedy half-dollar collector who would let one of these coins go after they own one. I mean, we talk about some of the greatest Kennedy half-dollars. There was even a gold version for the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half-dollar made by the U.S. Mint, a solid gold version. But to own one of 2,000 first day of issues from a bag dated March 19th of 1964 is historic. Numismatic history. Let me just say, in closing, this is a rare opportunity. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's all there will be. When they are dispersed to collectors, and we're making history with this bag. I mean, this is recorded history. Oh, and by the way, a coin from this bag is going to the Smithsonian. So you will own a coin from the same bag by which the Smithsonian will have a coin on display as one of the earliest Kennedy half-dollars ever released. So the trail of it, the pedigree of it, it's all there. The value, it's priceless. When I think that in 1969, one of these coins sold for $18,000 at $395, this is the ultimate historic release of a Kennedy half-dollar. I have to go. Please, please don't miss out on this opportunity. It is once in a lifetime. Stay tuned. There's a lot of great coins coming up. Don't forget this Kennedy half-dollar. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and I have a question for you. If these two coins were the same price, which one would you buy? They're both graded Proof 68 Ultra Cameo by NGC, but the coin on the left is on the lower spectrum of the Ultra Cameo scale. So let's take a look at another example. These PCGS coins are both graded Proof 69 Deep Cameo. But the coin on the left is again on the lower end of the spectrum of the Deep Cameo scale. When the graders at NGC and PCGS grade the coins, they don't differentiate between a DCAM minus, DCAM, or a DCAM plus. All three coins are actually just graded DCAM or UltraCam in the case of NGC. So you may just get a fair coin like the one on the left, or you could get an ECC coin from Rick's US Coins, a spectacular DCAM or UltraCam coin that is actually in the DCAM Plus or UltraCam Plus range. My special ECC seal means exceptional cameo contrast. See that black field and frosty white cameo hoppers? That coin looks amazing, not only because of the grade, but the contrast makes the design of the coin jump right off the background, just like the artist intended. So I ask again, if these two coins were the same price, which one would you buy? Me too. Remember, buy the coin, not just the holder. Thanks for watching.
For the best in eye appeal, look for the ECC seal. Exclusively at Rick's US Coins.
Miles, do you know what I was so thrilled about back in 1992? After all these years when you're buying proof coins from this 1971 for decades, all the coins were clad. They had taken all the silver out.
Right.
Remember that? It felt like such a loss. And then in 1992, the Mint decided to reinstitute the 90% silver half-dollar, quarter, and dime in their proof sets.
Exactly. And superb quality.
The very first set, it was such an obvious difference because that snow white cameo and that silver was so different and beautiful compared to the clad, which
Well,
was
it
kind
just
of a-
shows up
Yeah.
snowy white compared to more of a darker gray satiny look, and
Yes.
not as precise and not as stark.
No, definitely not. The coins were struck in limited quantity, folks. Take a look here. What we have today are the silver-proof Kennedys from the statehood quarter era. In other words, the silver-proof Kennedy struck from 1999, which was the first year of the statehood quarter series, to 2008, which was the last year of the statehood quarter series.
So you have 10 years of silver state proof sets.
That's right.
Then you have the silver Kennedys, and these are each individual coin that came from each individual year of the state quarter program from 1999 to 2008.
Now, folks, we've got an option for you here. This is going to be a short presentation because while I have almost 30 of the sets in 6.9, I only have 7 of the sets in 70 condition. It's really difficult. You guys, NGC is really strict when it comes to the 70 grade. And I'm sure, Miles, as a verifier over all the decades, there were a lot of times when the graders would hand you a coin that they graded 70, and as the finalizer, as the verifier, you would look at it and say, no, guys, I'm sorry, this is not a 70, and you would kick it back out.
It's human nature to always find something wrong.
Yeah.
And that's why coins fall out of those holders and they go down to 69 from 70. So, you know what? We try to have the quality be consistent and precise,
Yeah.
and keep the coins beautiful for
Exactly.
collectors to like.
Exactly, yeah. Folks, these are incredibly elusive. To get one of these coins, I mean,
And you've got a couple of good offers here. You've got them both in 69 sets and 70 sets.
every one of these, again, folks, I review every one before I even submit it to NGC. That's why it has my ECC seal, because again, I review these, and you can see beautiful 90% silver Kennedy half dollars during the statehood quarter era from 1999 through 2008. The grading fees alone, again, if you're going to try to do this set yourself, you'd find that the grading fee is $20. There's a handling fee of $10. They're going to ship the coin back to you registered mail, which is $24. The cost of the coin, some of these silver issues, folks, Kennedy half dollars are $30, $40, $50 just for the coin ungraded. So if you try to do it on your own, for a 6/9 set would end up costing you well over $1,000. And then we have these same sets in 70. And very importantly, they struck a lot fewer of the silver sets than they did the clad sets. The silver sets are very, very low mintage. And look at these 70s. Absolutely flawless. Flawless under higher magnification, and that, I understand, is the standard, where they take a coin and if it looks flawless under normal grading conditions, they then review it under higher...
Well, no more than 5 power magnification to find anything wrong with it.
Exactly.
And these coins have been deemed not to, and that's why they make the 70 grade, and they make it through the verification process, and they get shipped back to the owners.
And you can see for most of those years, they struck fewer than 1 million examples. That's the total mintages, folks. Now, we've got these sets today, the 6/9 sets, okay? The 10 coin set. The entire set, folks, is only $479. That's $47.90 a coin for the 10 coin set. $479 for the set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. They're all going to be graded by NGC in the state-of-the-art NGC holders. With my ECC seal, I've reviewed every one of these before they get submitted to NGC.
Ultimately, Rick, they've been double verified.
That's
NGC has
exactly.
verified them in their final state
That's
of the grade,
right.
and you've approved them for your
I'm
customers.
really picky when it comes to proof coins for my clients. Extreme, I want my clients to have the best. Now we get to the 70s. You know, folks, now is the time for the 70 sets, because I was not involved in the 70s back when they first came out some 15 years ago, because the coins were going for moon money. I mean, here's some auction prices, folks, and these were for clad Kennedys with higher mintages. A 2000 that sold in auction for over $1,200, just the one coin. And here's one, a 2001, that sold for $1,725 for the one coin. Here's a 2002 that sold for $977. A 2003 clad that sold for over $2,500. This is a price realized. You know, I was not involved in the 70s at that point in time. I just thought the prices were too high for what you were getting.
Well, the prices, you know what, the prices make it very collectible. You've set it so that you know, somebody can get a nice 10-coin set in 69 or a 10-coin set in 70.
Yes.
Get a wonderful package of coins in the mail of a great Kennedys. And, you know, there's so many, you know, you have so many collectors of Kennedys around the world and on your television show, Rare Collectibles Television, that want to collect Kennedys. These are all the silvers from 1999 to 2008.
Exactly, and this is the great time, folks. You know, at $300 a coin, this set would be $3,000, which would be, you know, much better price than you would have had to pay, say, 10 years ago.
Exactly.
$29.95 would be a great price. $19.95 would be an even better price.
But you've got a fantastic price.
I've got a
today.
fantastic price. We only have 7 of these sets, but we have the entire set. The entire set, folks, for $1,095. $109.50 a coin. Folks, now is the time to build an incredible, ultimate proof Kennedy collection. Because now I have a limited number of these sets. Limited number of these sets in NGC Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the finest possible condition and grade, for $109.50 a coin. In other words, the entire 10-coin Statehood Series set for $1,095. I only have 7 of these sets assembled at this point in time. It's really difficult putting this set together, especially the 1999.
You know,
I have a hard time getting that coin.
You know, in the history of the U.S. Mint, there's only going to be one state quarter program.
Yes.
And these are going to be the largest size coins issued in those state quarter program.
That's right, yeah.
And they'll be the only silver Kennedy $half from that program, period.
They're going to incredible demand for these. The Kennedy $half series. When you look on the NGC registry, Miles, and you look at all the collectors who have sets entered in the registry in the $half series, I mean, there's a lot of collectors with Walker sets. But the Franklin and Kennedy sets have by far the most collectors with their sets on the registry.
And especially the Kennedy. It's a global coin.
Yes.
His presidency of Camelot was very global. You know, I know collectors in South America, I know collectors in Europe, and I know collectors in Asia that collect John F. Kennedy $half simply because of his presidency and what he meant at the time.
I remember when he was in Germany. What was it? Ich bin ein Berliner.
That's it.
Yeah, John, that famous moment in time when he visited Germany. We have the set for you today, folks. Again, a short presentation. We have these sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo for only $47.90 a coin. $479 for the 10-coin set. Again, reviewed by myself and then submitted to NGC in the state-of-the-art NGC holders. These are, again, the Smithsonian holders. The same kind of state-of-the-art holders that the Smithsonian uses to house their own collection, the greatest coin collection in the world. And here you're getting the greatest Kennedy set in the world, highest possible condition and grade, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, for only $109.50 a coin. Now $1,095 for the entire 10-coin set in the finest known condition.
And these two packages are great. You know, as a collector, you can get a 69
Great
set
place
of
to start.
69 set of 10 coins. Great for any collection. If you want to step up, spend a little bit more money, buy the 70s, you can get that set at a little bit more money. But either way, these coins are a one-time happening in American history. And over what, 227 years of the U.S. Mint?
That's right.
That these coins were made, period. That's it. They're not going to happen again. There's not going to be another state quarter program again.
That's exactly right. Because people talk about investing in bullion, for example.
Right.
And the point I always try to make is that, you know, gold and silver, there's always gold and silver reserves out there. There's a lot of mines, though, that aren't operating right now that are closed because of the low price of silver. Right. But as soon as silver spikes, it becomes worthwhile to reopen those mines, and all of a sudden there's this greater supply of silver that comes onto the market. That doesn't happen with these. What struck is all there is.
No, that's it.
That's it.
Like I said, in 227 years in the history of the Mint, There's only been one state code program, like I said.
Yeah.
These are the only Kennedys,
Yeah.
one of the most popular presidents in American history on a coin, one of the most heavily collected amongst beginning
Yeah.
collectors,
A
would I say
continuing
novice
series.
collectors
Yeah, yeah.
or advanced collectors.
Yeah, yeah.
The global thirst for Kennedy and his coinage will always remain popular.
Folks, get them now. 10 coin statehood series set. Kennedy half dollars, 1999 to 2008. The silver issues, not the clad, the lower vintage silver issues. 6.9 Ultra Cameo, only $479. But then the ultimate set, the same years for only $1,095. We've got a lot of people calling in. Got to cut it right here because, again, I only had a limited number of these sets in 70 from Miles and I. Miles, thank you so much. This has been a thrill to be able to do this presentation with you. Thanks for watching, folks, but please stay tuned. We do have another great United States coin presentation coming right up.
Collectors, I'm your host, James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. I want to give everybody fair warning on this one. All of our phone representatives are going to be crazy busy during this. You guys know, or if you don't, I want to tell you right now that 2020 is the last year of the John Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse for the American Silver Eagle. That reverse, a tribute to the original Heraldic Eagle reverse, has been on the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar since 1986. It is being retired, and a new design is going to be featured on the reverse of the coin beginning in 2021. It's at the end of an era for sure. That design that you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the most classic rendition of the American Bald Eagle that we have ever known. It dates all the way back to the beginning of the silver dollar production in the late 1700s and early 1800s. John Mercanti specifically paid tribute to this heraldic eagle when he was asked to design a reverse for a new American silver dollar. But that's a little bit of background. You want to go even further back? Think of this. It's 1981, and Ronald Reagan has just become president of the United States of America, and he begins his first term. Now, Ronald Reagan knew that America had a rather large silver strategic stockpile. It was the strategic stockpile of silver that was part of the United States Treasury. And in an effort to reduce the national debt, Ronald Reagan suggested that instead of just selling off all that silver, that we strike a brand new coin. It didn't go in his first term. Couldn't get Congress to go along with it. But in his second term, in 1985, Ronald Reagan signed what is known as the Liberty Coin Act. The Liberty Coin Act authorized the United States to begin striking not just the Statue of Liberty silver dollar and the Statue of Liberty coin program for 1986, but a brand new program of American silver dollars known as the American Silver Eagle. That's how it was born. Began in 1986. To say that the American Silver Eagle dollar has become the standard bearer for American silver dollars is an understatement. Take a look at what we have today. A fair warning for everybody, because right now we have live here on Rare Collectibles TV the brand new 2020 West Point Struck early release in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade, the highest designation and highest grade that can be achieved for any coin. Look at those silver dollars. They are amazing. That design looks familiar to you from the Walking Liberty half dollar? Of course. The reverse, John Mercanti's masterpiece, going away. This is the last year. We all know that this has been a very, very trying year. And For the United States Mint, extremely so. In fact, almost all, if not all production, in fact, all production from the U.S. Mint was shuttered for, about 8-9 months. It still hasn't even ramped up anywhere near what it should be. And you know how you know? Because whenever you go to a store or anywhere you go, they don't have any change, common pocket change. So, now if you watch our show often, you'll know there has been emergency releases of Silver Eagles to fill demand that aren't even dated 2020. What we have right now is where the Mint left off. We have picked up 2020 from West Point, the latest regular issue of the proof American silver dollar in the highest grade. There's a lot more to it than that. Let's talk some value. When you talk value on American coins, you got to put the whole equation together. Because this coin, ladies and gentlemen, is not $9.95, it's not $1,295, and we have something really special at $295. This is going to be a really short year for just about any coin you can think of, a collector coin produced by the U.S. Mint. I want you to take a look at what we found out. Hey, look at that. Key date, American Silver Eagles. Beginning in 1986 with the first year, that was the highest mintage of all, over 1.4 million. But mintage really doesn't matter because every single one of those coins were sold out, and they're all in collections today. And people have been building complete collections of American Silver Eagle dollars. You know, the American Silver Eagle dollar is the largest silver dollar the U.S. has ever struck. Even larger than a Morgan dollar. It's pure silver. 1986, over 1.4 million struck. Let's take a look at some of the other mintages of these key dates. 1995, that's a key date, 438,000. 1993, another one. The 1994 from Philadelphia. As far as regular issues go, the key date in the series at 372,168. So, of course, I'm so excited because you see that latest issue, the 220, the 2020 from West Point. Look at the mintage, 357,000. With all of the problems of production and no Mint personnel being there, that is likely not to rise very much. We are almost through this year. And the Mint has announced that for 2021, a new reverse design. Oh, man, this is really exciting. If you are a die-hard coin collector, this is everything. In a year when the Mint had to go into the secret archive to release emergency coins so they could fill a little bit of demand, here comes this coin in the current year, the current production, just like it should be, right back on schedule. But here's the problem. They missed almost the whole year of striking. So it's going to be a really small mintage. There's an opportunity here, not just to buy a coin for $295. That's a single coin. Folks, if ever there was a time to stock up, here it is. Low mintage, last one of its kind, perfect grade, and the coup de grace, Rare Collectibles TV is the exclusive owner of the Rare Mercanti Reagan label. It is signed by John Mercanti. There's a really big connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti. Everybody knows that. Reagan is the president that's responsible for the American Silver Eagle program. John Mercanti was enamored with Ronald Reagan. He was in the Rose Garden when Reagan signed the bill into law that allowed the Mint to start producing these coins. He was just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. And this is a mint that began, chartered in 1792, began striking coins in 1793. And in all that span of time, 227 years, only 12 chief engravers. He started at the Mint in 1974. All right, so we're gonna veer off the road of background and get back to pricing, get back to value. A single coin, $295. Quantity, get them while you can, folks. We have an offering of five coins, $290 each, $1,450 for the lot. We're breaking that up into 2 payments of $725. So this is an opportunity to put away the last of its kind in the highest grade with the most exclusive label. We also have an opportunity to get 10 of these coins for $289 each, $2,890. We're breaking that up into 2 equal payments of $1,445. So I began by showing you key date American Silver Eagles, of which the current 2020 has a lower mintage. And with all of the problems at the mint this year, well, with the shutdown, it's likely that 2020 will be known for some of the lowest mintage coins ever in this program. 1993. Well, 1993 had a mintage of 405,000, and I want to show you how valuable this coin is. Here's one in a perfect graded 70, a Mercanti signature, $5,295. Now, you get the 1993 and the 1994 in this deal. Almost $5,300. Now let's break it down. 1994. 1994 with a mintage of 372,000 was the key date Silver Eagle is. Well, maybe not anymore, right? Well, so far it's not. Everybody wants a 1994. Here I found one in a perfect 70 grade that's also autographed by John Mercanti, and it's nearly $4,000. Here's when you know that a coin is really something. When the price there, no make an offer, it's buy it at that, add it to your cart, no haggling, no offering, almost $4,000 for that coin. So I'm jumping for joy that we have this coin starting just one at $295, and it goes down from there. This is an opportunity to put away what is hands down going to be an amazing silver dollar. It already is. 1986, the first year of the Silver American Eagle, the key date. Well, could there be a more key date than the first? What's the other one? The last, right? First and last. Morgan dollars, every kind of coin you want to think about. First, everybody wants. Last, everybody wants. The last one, 2020. And the first one, 1986. Take a look. That is a perfect Proof 70 coin, also autographed by John Mercanti. $1,795. Firm price. So, ladies and gentlemen, at $295 for a single coin, 5 of them at $290 each, $1,450. Break that into 2 payments of $725. And this is, I'm telling you, you're going to really thank Rare Collectibles TV for the opportunity to put away the last of their kind 10 American Silver Eagles in our exclusive label, which I got to start bragging about that because something really special has happened. But you can put away 10 of these for $2,890 and break the payments up into 2 payments of $1,445. Rare Collectibles TV not only owns this exclusive Mercanti Reagan label, but from now on, you will be able to put together an exclusive registry set of these coins. So right now, you have an opportunity to get the last one. You stick around, Rare Collectibles TV, you'll have a chance to get the first one and everyone in between. And I got to tell you, how about the opportunity to own the finest known in a registry set? What is a registry set? You hear that all the time, out there, everywhere. I'll tell you what it is. It's where your collection of coins is actually graded by a point system and published as to where it stands. When you start looking at some of these fantastic registry sets, and it covers all coins. There's registry sets for Lincoln cents, for Mercury dimes, for Morgan dollars, for everything, and for American Silver Eagles. So imagine being able to, and by the way, when you look at most registry sets, they can be mixed amongst graders. The labels will be mixed. The grades should be constant or near to constant. But we're going to have the opportunity, and our collectors will too, to build a solid registry set with matching grades all the way, Proof 70, the finest known in all in Ultra Cameo. I'm getting too excited here. All signed by John Mercanti. So, and the greatest part about it, right now, all of those Mercanti signatures are lumped in, all the populations. You can't separate them. Our exclusive label, this label you see, is going to be the only one listed separate. So this is something really special. You'll be able to pinpoint exact populations and everything you need to know. And this is going to be so powerful in putting together the finest known collections. That's where we come into play. We're here to help you do that. And to start off, you get the very last one. Now, you're going to want to save some of these coins for yourself. That's why if you get 10 coins, you can spread them out to your family. You can sell them to other coin collectors, because I will tell you this, people are getting wind of the fact that this is the last year of the Mercanti reverse of the American Silver Eagle. It's been there since 1986. But it is retiring for 2020. And if you think back on all the coins that are no longer in existence, those final years of those coins, every single, you could name anyone, and they are the coin that everybody wants. It's just, you got to have it, because coin collectors know when there's not going to be any more, there's a rush to get what still remains. This has been a trying year, but for coin collectors, you're never going to forget it, because some of the lowest mintage of American coins are being produced for 2020, or really what I should say is not being produced, because there's so few of them. So across the board, we know that there will be short mintages for everything. We are so lucky to have the opportunity to get this exclusive label autographed by John Mercanti for the very last time, to get the highest grade Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The label's amazing. You take a look at the artwork, and it kind of looks like that. It has that Andy Warhol flavor. And the reason for that is because what you see in each one of those panels of Reagan's profile is a representation of a plaster bust that was sculpted by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. This was a tribute to Ronald Reagan from John Mercanti. So what we did was we created this label. John Mercanti signed it. It has been the American Silver Eagle label out of all of them, because it ties together the father of the American Silver Eagle, Ronald Reagan, with the designer of the reverse. Oh, and by the way, the obverse of the coin, we have to give a mention to Adolph A. Wyman. For you coin collectors out there, what I'm about to say, you're going to say, oh, duh. But for you coin collectors who are just starting out, the Walking Liberty half dollar was first produced in 1916. The design on the obverse was groundbreaking. It was the first time an allegorical representation of liberty that came out of Adolph A. Wyman's mind on a coin. And it was so classic, so demonstrative of liberty, that it was brought back in 1986 as the obverse to the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, that obverse is not changing. The reverse is going away. It's being retired. And a new reverse for 2021 will take its place. So that means every one of these heraldic reverses are going to be so collectible. None more than the last one, ladies and gentlemen. This is why I am so excited about this coin. I did not expect that we would have this kind of quantity. Look at what we have here on the set. There will come a quick end to these early releases. There's no two ways about it. They won't last for very long. They're Proof 70 in a year when there were hardly any made in comparison to the first year at 1.4 million. This is a keeper, ladies and gentlemen, which is why we're offering a single coin price, 5 coin price, and 10 coin price. And we're breaking the payments up on the 5 coin price and the 10 coin into 2 equal payments. Your opportunity to get the finest known and get a jump on everybody. You are watching Rare Collectibles TV. And I am your host, James Gerstel, and I will be back again soon. You can bet on it. But in the meantime, don't go anywhere. Thank you.
I'm here at Sutter's Mill, which was the perfect location for a sawmill on the American Fork River. It was a day like today with the rain coming down back on January 24th of 1848 when James Marshall discovered gold right here at Sutter's Mill, setting off the California gold rush and changing numismatic history forever. The gold was initially being sent back to the East Coast to be minted into coins in Philadelphia and New Orleans. There was so much gold here, they needed a place to mint coins out of all this gold out here. And in 1854, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike all those beautiful S-Mint gold coins we know today. You're watching Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
I've got a wonderful, fabulous coin for you today, folks. If you've been watching my show for any length of time, you've heard about the European Bancord, just some amazing gold coming out of Europe. We once had a bag of 1907 St. Gaudens. You know, we had a bag of some 1893 Liberty double eagles, some other great dates. Well, this isn't from the European Bancord. This is from a little collection we acquired, and it's just an incredible, great date. I've only been able to give a presentation on this date once before. It was many, many years ago, and it's the 1900 S Liberty Double Eagle. Now, we've had the 1900 P Liberty Double Eagle before, but the 1900 P isn't nearly as rare as the 1900S. This coin is tough to find in any grade, and it's just, we have a small quantity of them. We've got a few on display. We have fewer than 20 coins in all, so this can't be a very long presentation. But just to give you an idea, the 1900S Liberty Double Eagle, folks. First of all, great reference book here on United States gold coins. And they talk about the example that's in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. The Smithsonian houses, for example, the very first double eagle ever struck in 1849. There's only one surviving example of that very first Liberty double eagle struck in 1849. It's in the Smithsonian. Yeah, they say what the value is, 10, 20, 30 million dollars. I mean, if they put it in an auction, who knows what it could go for? I could see it going for hundreds of millions of dollars. The example of the 1900S Liberty double eagle in the Smithsonian is an MS-62, which is an extraordinary grade. And that's what we have for you today. We have some on display. Take a look at these, folks. This is extraordinary. I love this date, this San Francisco Mint issue, 1900, turn of the century. Again, I gave a presentation on this date once before, but it was many, many years ago. And we have a small group that we just came into our office. Wow, look at this coin. There you see the S Mint mark there, right below the eagle's tail feather, struck at the San Francisco Mint. The Granite Lady, that was the name of the San Francisco Mint that struck these coins back in 1900. The Granite Lady, because those walls were about 6 feet thick, granite stone. When they had the great San Francisco earthquake in 1906, One of the few buildings that remained standing was the Granite Lady. Look at that coin. I can't believe these are only MS-62s. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I put together a little pop chart for you of some of the double eagles we've been able to offer over the years. And you can see some of the St. Gaudens we've been able to offer. 24P is the most common. PCGS is graded, in uncirculated condition, just over 300,000 examples. About 50,000 of those have graded MS-65. That's the most common St. Gaudens. 14S, I mean, only 21,000 graded in uncirculated condition, all grades. I love that date. And the 1907P, boy, we had some in MS-62, about 6 months ago. We had, again, from the European Bank, we had over 100 examples. We sold them all out, MS-62s, and you can see how rare those are, the 07Ps. And that's the St. Gaudens series. Then we get into the Liberty Double Eagle series. Last year, the Liberty Double Eagle series was 1907. By far, the most common issue in the Liberty Double Eagle is the 1904P. You can see they've graded about 192,000 examples, around 5,400 in MS-65 condition. But even a 1904P Liberty Double Eagle, you can see what some of these go for of the most common Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition. Start with there's an MS-61. This is a coin that's sold in auction. Almost $2,500 for an MS-61, folks. So bear in mind, again, this is the most common issue. Isn't nearly as rare as the 1900S. There's an MS-62, $3,900. Same grade that we're offering this 100S for. There's another MS-62, $4,590. There's one for $5,400. There's an 1899 MS-62, $3,900. Finally, there's one 04P MS-62 auction price, almost $3,900. That's what it sold for in auction. Take a look once more at this chart there, our 1900S. Total certified all grades by PCGS, 5,812 examples. Only 5 graded in 6.5, none higher. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Now, the one coin below it, the 1857S, a coin we've offered in the past on our show here, that we actually offered in MS-65. That has a story behind it. Liberty Double Eagles, folks. These were coins that were struck for commerce. They were dumped into bins. They were used in commerce. Circulated examples of the rare dates can go for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The vast majority went into circulation. Here's another date. Circulated, that's about $500,000. That 1857S, here's one. Circulated, that's damaged. It's not even gradable, damaged, and that coin is $5,800. But the important question is, why should there be so many of the 1857S surviving in MS-65 when you have a date like the 1900S where there's only a few examples graded in MS-65? Here's something you need to know about Liberty Double Eagles. That 1857S, the only reason you can find that date in high-grade uncirculated condition, like you see there, 1,000 graded in MS-65, is because that came from the shipwreck of the SS Central America. And that's the only reason. In those early years, folks, there was no transcontinental railroad to ship gold coins from San Francisco to the East Coast. Everything had to go by ship back then. So the San Francisco Mint would strike gold coins, gold that was mined in California. They would strike gold coins at the San Francisco Mint. They would then take those gold double eagles. A gold double eagle is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. They would take those gold double eagles, neatly stack them in wooden boxes, load them onto the ship. The ship would go down the western coast to Panama, cross the Panama to the east coast, board another ship, which would then take them up the east coast to banks in New York, Boston. In this case, the ship was the SS Central America. loaded several tons of gold onto the SS Central America in 1857. The SS Central America was caught in a hurricane off the Carolina coast, sank in about 8,000 feet of water. In the 1980s, the shipwreck was discovered at the bottom of the ocean floor. And what was fascinating, most fascinating, is that there's a picture right here of gold coins sitting still neatly stacked as when they were in those original wooden boxes. But now that wood had all been eaten away, and all that was left were those gold coins sitting on the ocean floor. And gold being a very non-reactive metal, the gold was still as pristine as it was when the coins first settled down back in 1857. Silver coins, copper coins would have been pitted, destroyed. The gold coins, all they had to do was remove that grime off the surface of the coin, and the coins were like brand new. And that's the only reason you can find that 1857 in 6.5 condition from that SS Central America wreck. These 1900 S's that we have for you today, folks, this is a dream come true. This is a short presentation. The beauty of this is that we have them at a price that's really below the price of a common date. Take a look at these, folks. 1900 S. This is a coin that I could put up here at $2,950, and you would be getting an incredible numismatic buying opportunity. This much rarer Liberty Double Eagle. These are not 1900 Ps. 1900 Ps, they've graded 59,000 in uncirculated condition, mint state condition. 1900 S's, 5,812 coins, equal in quality to the Smithsonian. Price is based on our cost. We don't have them at $2,950, folks. While we have them, call in now. $2,495 a coin. Let me repeat that. $2,495 a coin. Now, let me make one thing clear. These are coins with virtually an ounce of gold, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. Okay, about an ounce of gold. These coins are about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar. They're large, heavy gold coins struck for commerce. They were struck, dumped into bins. The vast majority went into circulation. Very few of these have survived. These are among the finest known. With gold at $1,600 an ounce, you've got a rare date here in mint state condition for $2,495. Call in now, folks. Call in now. This is a date, again, that I have not been able to make a presentation on for several years. This very, very rare, very, very undervalued S Mint, 1900 S. The first year of the 20th century. This is just a spectacular numismatic opportunity. It's a thrill to be able to offer this rare Liberty Double Eagle in MS62 condition for only $2,495. I could envision a scenario where we would have had to pay $2,500, $2,600, $2,700 for these coins. And then we'd be offering them for $2,900. But we didn't get them at that price. We got them at a great deal. We got them at well below market price. We've been getting some incredible Double Eagle opportunities in the last several years. A lot of people watch our show. A lot of dealers watch our show, and we get first crack at some of the best gold deals available in the U.S., in the world today. And the key is we're passing the opportunity on to you. We're cutting out all the middlemen. We're passing the savings on to you. So you're getting one of the greatest Double Eagles. This is not a date you'll find in this condition at your local coin shop. That you'll find on the internet. You can go to your local coin show that might have 50 dealers, 100 dealers set up. You're not going to find a 1900S like this in this kind of condition. I mean, this is extraordinary. 1900S You know, only 5,812 graded in uncirculated condition by PCGS. Only 5 graded in 6.5. The example in the Smithsonian is an MS-62. And that's what we have for you today. Smithsonian quality for only $2,495 a coin. We got a lot of people calling in. I don't know, are the lines locked? If the lines are locked, then we definitely have to call it right here because we have less than 20 coins. Thank you for watching this presentation. I wish I had 100 of these. That would be something. But just to have these at all is a thrill.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines, they would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they were braiding them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty Double Eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around. And you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you set this to a grading service, they call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, in 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty Double Eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the two leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS60, you can see the difference. This is a mint state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty Double Eagle. Again, for a Liberty Double Eagle, MS60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the Double Eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty Double Eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty Double Eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty Double Eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS62 and MS63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25, 30%, and this was going on for years. The Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is in 1933 during the Great Depression. With that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Gold coins, folks, because that's the one thing they knew throughout human history, cultures around the world, going back to Egyptian times. Gold has always had value. Gold has always had value, going back thousands of years. And so they were pulling their money and buying gold coins. Now this created additional stress on our banking system. So in early 1933, Franklin Roosevelt, then president, newly elected, passed Executive Order 6102. He had to stop this process of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying the gold coins. Executive Order 6102 made it illegal to own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. Now, gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold meant you could only own a maximum of 5 gold double eagles at $20 each. That was it. If you had over $100 worth of gold double eagles, you had to turn them in to the Treasury. And folks, they enforced it. If you did not turn your gold in and you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced up to 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. And so citizens began, well, they had to, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They began turning their gold into the Treasury in exchange for paper money, and fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were then melted down by the Treasury back into bullion, forever gone. That's over 50 million coins. Now, here's where these 1899 double eagles come in. There were a lot of citizens who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's illegal to own $100 worth of gold, but if I leave my money in the bank, that bank could fail tomorrow and I'm wiped out. So before that deadline, where that executive order was in force, 6102, they began buying coins and they had them shipped to banks in Europe. Because while it may have been illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, there's nothing that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and institutions as well in the United States began shipping gold as payment and for safe storage to banks in Europe. They've been sitting in those banks in Europe since the 1930s. Now, most of the gold double eagles shipped to those banks were of the more recent vintage. For example, you saw the 1924 Ps. PCGS has graded over 300,000 examples. Most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. Those 1904 P Liberties, most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. But you saw very few bags of earlier dates, like the 1899 P. Understandably, as you go back in time, there are fewer of those coins around that were still uncirculated. There were very few bags, folks, of the 1899 P. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. These are the kind of canvas burlap bags they came in. There are very few bags of the 1899 P. I found some 1904 Ps, which is the most common date. It's hard to find records for 1899 Ps. Just to give you a reference point, folks. Again, this is the most common date, and here's one that's asking prices over $4,500 for an MS-62. And again, the 1904 P, the 1899 Ps that we have are over 10 times rarer in this condition than the 1904 P. Here's another 1904 P, $4,200 for an MS-62. This was sold in auction in, I believe, 2016 when gold was bouncing around between $1,200 and $1,400 an ounce. It sold for around $3,900 in MS-62. Now, right now, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. So it's over $500 more an ounce than it was back in 2016, folks. So just bear that in mind when you look at this. Gold is a lot higher now than it was back then. We'll show you one more. This is really high. Very high asking price, $7,000 for an MS-62. Again, a no 4P. When we have the good fortune to come upon a really exceptional deal at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. We got these 1899 Ps. Well, here we have gold. Again, it's been bouncing around $1,900 an ounce. We have these at such a great price for you folks. This is historic. These 1899 Ps that you're looking at. Again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924 P is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904 P is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899 P is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899 Ps. Call in now, folks. MS-62 and MS-63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 in MS-62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS-62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS-62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS-62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,500 $495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now. If you put half down today, $1,747.50, we will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin. Half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899p Smithsonian quality MS-62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS-62, is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European bank where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS-63s, folks. Now, the MS-63s, this is amazing quality for an 1899p. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS-65. You know, I mean, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899p. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS-63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899p's for you in MS-63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is an 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS-63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances, we've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899p Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, They're usually the later dates, like the 1904p, the 1900p. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899p. They came out of a couple bags from the Great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899p Liberty Double Eagles. MS-62s, again, half down today for an MS-62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS-62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS-63s. $3,995, half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS-63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomasca, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty Double Eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around, and you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you set this to a grading service, they'd call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty Double Eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS-62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS-62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS-62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular.